kung bakit, pero nawala po ako sa Zoom. But anyway, I'm back. All right. So, sige po, let's start. Next slide, please. For our learning objectives po ngayong araw, of course, at the end of this orientation, participants shall be able to first identify, I understand yung brief history ng risk-based thinking sa ISO 9001 standards. Okay, so meron na ba ito dati or bago lang siya? Okay, so malalaman natin ngayon. Number 2, understand the requirements of ISO 9001:2015 in relation to risk and opportunity. So sino ba si risk at si opportunity sa konteksto ni ISO 9001:2015? Of course, this is in line, itong activity na to ay in line sa ating ISO 9001:2015 certification project. So we need to know sino ba si risk at si opportunity sa konteksto ni ISO. Diba? So magkakaiba yung definition ng risk and opportunity kung ibang concept naman yung pinag-uusapan. Pero ang pag-uusapan natin ay sa konteksto ni ISO 9001:2015. Kaya naman sa mga participants natin na present today at meron silang mga konsepto na natutunan sa kanilang previous work, sa previous training, no? So wala po tayong intensyon na i-debunk or tapatan or questionin yung mga concepts na meron sila. No? So, ang ipe-present ko po ay yung international standard na ginawa po ng ISO, no? Yung organization na ISO. Alright, so at least clear tayo doon. Number 3, at the end of this orientation, the participants shall be able to understand the risk and opportunity management procedure. Ito po yung ating approved procedure sa DSWD para sa ating ISO project. Fourth is to understand how to prepare now the operational risk treatment plan and the risk and opportunity report, which will be discussed by our resource person from Risk Management Office na makikilala nyo po mamaya. Right? And our fifth learning objective is to understand and of course appreciate the importance of managing risk and opportunities in order to attain desired objectives of the organization. So, sana at this end of this training, merong appreciation. Hindi lang learning, hindi lang tayo nakinig, hindi lang tayo nag-take down notes. Pero kailangan kasi ang learning tumagos sa puso para mas madaling i-implement sa organization. Alright, so we'll try to touch your hearts. Di ba? Okay, next slide please. Dahil sa ating mga concerns na nare-receive regarding sa ating additional na form which is ang ating SWOT and Register of Stakeholders, hanggang kagabi hindi kami tumigil mag-discuss nung kasama ko po na resource person. So we agreed last night na sige idagdag natin para lang may ma-check ng ating mga OBSFOs or ang ating mga participants kung okay na ba yung kanilang SWOT na nagawa or Registry of Stakeholders. Okay? So dinagdag po natin itong SWOT and Registry of Stakeholders. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin ito na for example tapos nyo na babawiin nyo na lang yung isasubmit nyo today tapos mali na siya, So this is for continuous improvement, So mas madaling matutunan ang isang konsepto kung nai-apply natin, So at least first hand nakilala nyo si SWOT at saka si Registry of Stakeholders na form, and now pag-uusapan natin siya, So mas madali natin siyang maiintindihan. Unlike kapag hindi mo siya kilala and then pag-uusapan natin tapos saka nyo palang makikita yung form, now yung questions lalabas pa lang. Alright, so nag-decide po kami na additional po ito sa ating training program. Next slide, please. Of course, ang ating training, makikita natin o malalaman natin na successful ang isang training hindi lamang sa learning objectives, pati rin sa performance objective. So, we have a performance objective na at the end of this training program, not necessarily mamayang hapon. So, after this training program, the participant shall be able to use the registered risk and opportunity procedure as well as the standard templates or forms. So ang means of verification natin ng ating performance objective ay una, ang ating prepared operational risk treatment plan, and number 2, ang ating risk and opportunity report. So of course, ang ating mga participants ay makakakuha ng certificate kapag na-attain nila yung ating performance objective ngayong araw. Right? Next slide po. For our target participants, ayan, of course, we have the DNTSC officials, our QMPPMT members, Deputy Quality Management Representative, the quality management teams, all DSWD cluster QMTs, no, and all DSWD office bureau service QMTs, no, ang ating DSWD field office QMTs also. So, which includes ang ating mga CO and FO isofocals, no, ang ating ISO secretariat, ang ating members from 7S, from CART, IQA, Knowledge Committee, Knowledge Management Committee, DCC, and of course, ang ating mga process owners and implementers, all employees in charge or assigned on risk and opportunity management, and all interested DSWD employees. Of course, ang risk and opportunity ay part ng planning. And when we plan, no, we include everyone. So sometimes kapag tinatanong nila, sino pong in charge? No? Sino pong gagawa? So it's as if they want to direct someone na, sir, magsabi kayo ng isang taong gagawa niyan for us. No? So, but it's not. It is a part of planning. No? So planning should be a collaborative effort. So meaning, everyone should participate. Everyone should contribute. No? So the same with risk and opportunity. No? So hindi maganda yung magiging output kung ito ay output lang ng taong inassign. Tama? Alright, so that's why we are inviting everyone for this training. Okay, next slide please. For the presentation outline, hanggang ano lang po ko at 10:30 a.m. So bibilisan po natin. Una, risk and opportunity management in ISO 9001:2015. Number 2, risk and opportunity management procedure. So after natin i-discuss yung konsepto sa ISO 9001:2015, i-discuss natin immediately yung procedure, yung sa manual, no? Tapos i-discuss na rin natin yung relationship niya sa form. And then idinagdag natin yung number 3, introduce natin yung SWOT analysis form and registry of stakeholders, and number 4, ways forward. Okay, so bale, lahat ng matututunan natin ngayon is about sa ISO 9001:2015, risk and opportunity. Number 2, yung procedure, ano ba yung nakalagay doon? Okay, ano yung nire-require ng procedure? And then number 3, yung SWOT analysis form and registry of stakeholders. Now, after ko mag-present, no, kaya naman mas short yung time ko kaysa dun sa ating next speaker, dahil yung next speaker natin, siya ang mag-guide sa atin. Okay? Kung ano ang pinagdaanan ng risk and opportunity sa DSWD, and papaano natin ngayon ita-translate yung ating risk treatment plan na meron ngayon, ita-translate or ililipat doon sa ating form na meron. So, napakaganda dahil ito po ay isang activity, no, na nagpapakita ng harmonization sa ISO requirements at sa existing na meron po tayo. Alright? So dahil hindi naman po lahat ng meron tayo ay compliant doon sa ating ISO requirements. So we need to innovate, we need to add a little bit, no, yung mga konting details, no, pero it is just the same. It is just the same na aaksyonan yung ating mga identified risks. Alright, so walang bago. Okay, so sa mga nagsabi po na bago na naman, ang dami na naman. Okay, so of course, meron tayong certification project na kailangan na i-comply. So we need to add a little bit doon sa ating mga forms. Okay, so next slide please. Alright, ayan, reminder lang po, no? Ang ating hashtag isang DSWD, hashtag ISOng biyahe. No? So, lahat po tayo kasama sa biyahe na to. Wala pong maiiwan. So, kung meron man na nahihirapan sa ating mga procedures at merong part ng agency na medyo nag-excel sa part na to. No? So, sana magkaroon tayo ng mechanism na pagtutulungan. Diba? So, hindi porket malayo na yung narating natin sa konsepto na to is hayaan na lang natin yung mga kasama natin. So we are encouraging everyone na makisama sa ating hashtag isang DSWD ay isang biyahe. Okay? So yun lamang po kaya meron yan sa slide. Okay? Let's start. Topic number 1. Next slide please. Risk and Opportunity Management in ISO 9001 2015. Okay? Next slide please. Pag-usapan lang natin ng konti, balikan natin no para sa mga hindi nakakaalam pa no. Ang ISO ay isang organization no. Pangalan po niya ay ISO. So hindi siya ISO. Okay. Okay po. So hindi siya ISO, hindi siya abbreviation no. Balik po tayo sa slide, sorry. Okay, so hindi siya abbreviation. ISO siya mula sa Greek word na ISOS. Okay, so isang organization siya, international, dahil ang mga members niya ay mula sa iba't ibang bansa. Tama? And dahil ang layunin nila, okay, ay gumawa ng mga standards. No? Isa sa mga nagawa nilang standard ay International Standard for Quality Management System. So how we manage. Okay, so management system, kaya may system dahil ito ay interrelated, no? Processes, principles, no? Procedures, no? They are all interrelated. So kung mapapansin natin, meron siyang sinusunod na flow, ang plan, do, check, act. Okay, so hindi siya certification ng processes. Okay, so yung iba, akala nila documented procedure ang pinag-usapan dito. Hindi, it's not. It's about the quality management system, no? Mula planning, doing, checking, and act. Okay. So, yung 9001, ito po yung identification number ng ating standard. Okay? Kasi nakagawa na po sila ngayon. Almost more than, no? 20,000 standards. Wow, imagine that, no? So para mas madali yung identification ng standard na ginagawa nila, no, mga sinusulat nilang mga libro, no, yung international standard, naglagay sila ng identification number. So meaning, tayo po ay nagpapa-certify sa isang standard lang, 9001, which is Quality Management System. And yung number na sumunod doon, of course, 2015, yun yung taon kung kailan na-publish yung version ng standard na yon. So we are now on the 5th version, 2015 version. All right, next slide, please. All right. Nabanggit ko kanina, we are already on the 5th version. Paano ba siya nagsimula? Noon, okay, ang focus ng ISO, if you remember, World War, kaya lumabas sa isip nila yung standardization, yung organization, yung sa bomb. Okay, kung familiar tayo dito, no, konting kwentuhan lang, yung bomb noon sa gera, no, nasa war sila, and then kapag binabagsak nila yung mga bomba, hindi sumasabog. Okay, so sayang sa resources, sayang sa effort, and at the same time, hindi nila na-meet o na-attain yung goals and objectives nila. So, nangyari, naisipan nila, i-standardize yung paggawa ng bomb. No? Kasi nga, mabilisan noon. So, kung ano na lang nagawa ng isa, sige, gawa-gawa, hanggang sa hindi sila nakakagawa ng quality na output. Kapag hindi sila nakakagawa ng quality na output na bomb, hindi nila na-attain o naapektuhan yung kanilang major objective, which is to win the war. Tama? So nag-start sila sa konsepto ng standardizing the procedure. Okay? So kailangan ma-standardize natin yung procedure. Okay, that was version 1 and version 2. Okay. Now, nung next, no, na in-improve nila yung ISO 9001 na quality management system. Okay, so dumadami yung improvement na kailangan. Okay, so nag-shift naman sila dun sa focus na process improvement. Okay, so you have the process. So dapat may revision 1, revision 2. You improve your process. Hindi ka pwedeng mag-stay lang sa process na ginagawa mo ngayon. Kailangan continuous improvement. Alright? So, biglang shift nung 2015, hindi na sila gaano into process, no? Process ay isa na lang part ng quality management system. No, yung documented information, isang part na lang ng quality management system. No, so mas madali yung 2015 ngayon sa quality management system lalo na sa pagdadagdag ng scope. Kasi with or without documented information, with or without standard operating procedure, no, pwede mo siyang ipasok sa scope ng QMS. No? So banggitin mo lang siya sa quality manual, banggitin mo lang siya sa context of the organization, sa COTO manual mo, pasok na siya sa QMS. Isama mo lang siya sa internal audit, pasok na siya sa QMS. Isama mo lang siya sa MR, pasok na siya sa QMS, no? So basta pumasok lang yung isang proseso, yung isang service, yung isang procedure sa planning, doing, checking, which is the internal audit, management review, and act, continuous improvement, no? Pasok na siya sa QMS. So ganun kadali sa ISO 9001:2015 ngayon. Okay? So kasi hindi na siya about standardizing lang sa procedure. It is just a part na lang ng quality na management system. However, part pa rin siya dahil meron pa rin siyang importance. Meaning, may mga specific na procedure or processes na required na merong standard na step-by-step process. And in the field of government, ano po ba ang required by law na dapat may standard na step-by-step processes na hindi pwedeng maiba? Of course, we have our frontline and non-frontline services, no? So, nasa EODB law yun, no? Batas po yun na hindi pwedeng tatlong steps sa Field Office 1, tapos pag pumunta ka ng Field Office 5, papahirapan ka ng 5 steps, no? So, hindi allowed yun. So, yun ang konsepto, no, sa government, EODB, Anti-Red Tape Act, na aligned doon sa requirement ni ISO. Kaya naman sa atin, ang dinocument, ang priority na meron tayong documented information ay ang ating frontline and non-frontline services. Pero hindi po required na lahat ng proseso, lahat ng gagawin mo ay may documented information. Why? Kasi si ISO mismo, hindi niya nire-require yan. Naniniwala siya, no, na pag too strict naman, lahat, no, may step-by-step process na mas mahirap. Alright, now, anong focus ngayon? Ngayong 2015? Ang focus is context analysis and management of risk. Why? Okay. Bakit napaka-importante sa 2015 version? Okay? Kasi ito yung kalimitan reason kung bakit bumabagsak o hindi na-attain ang objective, no? Ito na yung main, no, na reason kay ISO kung bakit hindi na-attain ang objective, ang pag-manage ng risk at pag-identify ng konteksto, no? The SWOT, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. All right? So, ito yung focus nila ngayon, no? So, to give you an idea, kaya naman kung mapapansin niyo, lahat ng mga ino-audit is past few activities, no? Walkthrough audit and mock audit. Laging tinatanong, ito yung procedure mo, okay? Na-identify mo ba yung risk? Okay. How do you manage yung risk? Okay. So lahat ng ino-audit, tinatanong ng risk. So meaning this is applicable to all processes. Hindi lang siya separate clause na can stand alone. Hindi, interrelated siya sa lahat ng mga requirements. So may nakakwentuhan pa ako last time, no? Sa kanila daw, dahil ika-5th year nila ng ISO revalidation, ng kanilang ISO certification, no? Umabot sila ng 4 hours, no, na ino-audit lang yung context ng kanilang organization. But nothing to worry, of course, mas matured na yung kanilang QMS, talagang mas malalim na yung audit sa kanila. Yung sa atin, of course, they will understand na baby pa lang yung ating quality management system. Okay? So sa ating certification, more on ang audit ay nakafocus sa nag-analyze ba kayo ng context ng organization? Meron ba kayong strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats na na-identify? Okay? So yes po. Okay, so patingin. Alright. So na-identify nyo ba yung risk? Okay? Na-manage nyo ba yung risk? Meron ba kayong action? So parang ganun lang. Dahil ito nga po ay ating initial certification. Okay? Next slide please. Alright. So ito yung sinasabi natin na nasa manual po, no, na Plan, Do, Check, Act. So basically, this is the quality management system of any organization, no? So anything na ipasok natin dito sa quality management system ay pasok sa scope ng ating QMS, no? So we start from planning. Okay? Kung mapapansin nyo dun sa manual, may number silang nilagay sa baba. Tama? So planning and then number 6. So ibig sabihin, sa planning daw ng organization, lahat ng international standard requirements nasa clause 6. Okay. So sa do naman, we have the support and operation. Lahat ng international standard sa support services na kailangan, sa operation na kailangan nasa clause 7 and 8. Tama? Do. And then check. Okay. So question, sa clause 6 natin, we are conforming sa international standard. Okay? So during the mock audit, lahat ng practices, existing practices ay conforming sa ISO standards. Now, dun sa do natin, we have the support services and operation, may mga minor non-conformities na napansin pero meron ng action plan. So malapit na tayo or nandun na rin tayo, no? So minor na lang yung kailangang ayusin dun sa pag-meet ng international standard. Alright? And sa number 9, meron din nakitang konti na opportunities for improvement sa performance evaluation. Dito kasama sa clause 9 ang ating management review, internal quality audit, no? So, and then last is the improvement, no? So yung mga actions, corrective actions dun sa IQA, nasa clause 10, no, improvement. Yung mga actions na ginagawa, action plans na nagawa, implementation ng mga actions doon sa management review, those are part of improvement, no. So basically, ito yung QMS, no. So 6, yung plan, do, check, act natin. So anything na ipasok mo diyan, no, doon sa flow na yan, plan, do, check, act, is magiging part ng scope ng QMS. Ganun na siya kadali, no. So basically, sa planning natin, lahat kasama, no? So wala tayong in-exclude. So dun sa support and operations, lahat din, no? Kasama, no? So merong provision of human resource services, may provision ng supply, material, resource, etc. Then operation, of course, ginagawa, ino-operate naman yon, may act doon, and so on. Now, sa management review, sa check, no, performance evaluation clause 9, sa management review, wala rin tayong in-exclude. So lahat ng processes na kasama din, no? Yung adequacy of resources, you are referring to all processes, no, na pino-provide lahat ng services, no? Wala rin tayong in-exclude. And then sa internal audit lang, yun lang, medyo naka-scope lang yung ating internal audit. Pero kapag isinama mo lahat ng processes, no, dun sa internal audit, part na siya ng scope ng QMS. Okay? Kasi yun naman yun. No? And then ang ating clause 5, of course, nasa gitna. Yan, which means contributory siya sa lahat ng clauses. Kaya siya nasa gitna. Okay? So be careful dun sa mga consultant na nagtuturo na ang clause 5 daw ay part ng planning. No, it's not. No, leadership sa ISO concept ay nasa gitna parati yan. Okay? Kasi meron siyang role sa planning, meron siyang role sa do, meron siyang role sa check, and meron siyang role sa act. No? So kapag binasa niyo international standards sa leadership, basically parang summary ng lahat ng clauses. Okay, yun yung contribution niya. Now, nasaan ang risk management? Okay, nasaan ang risk management sa 2018? Nasa clause 6, planning. And kung mapapansin nyo, meron pa akong hindi nababanggit na clause, which is the clause 4. Okay, so nasa ng clause 4 sa plan, do, check, act. Okay, so nasa labas siya ng 6. Okay, so ang ating clause 4 po ay dapat contributory or kino-consider sa clause 6. Okay, yung ating clause 4, organization and its context at needs and expectations of relevant interested parties. Ito po yung ating SWOT, no, 4.1 at Registry of Stakeholders 4.2. No? So may arrow siya sa 6. No? So mapapansin nyo dito sa left side ng cycle, nandiyan yung clause 4. Tama ba? Okay, so ibig sabihin dapat kino-consider natin siya sa pagpaplano. Alright. Which is sa DSWD context, no? Well implemented. Okay? So implemented naman na siya sa DSWD dahil meron tayong mga activities like iProve, no? Meron tayong mga iba't ibang committee meetings. Okay, na kung saan kino-consider natin issues, internal and external issues ng ating organization. At the same time, yung mga interested parties or yung ating mga stakeholders. Tama? All right, next slide please. All right. So, nabanggit ko po kanina, ayan, nasaan nga ba si risk-based thinking? No, nung 2008 version sa iba't ibang version ni QMS. Nung 2008 version, ah inassociate siya or siya yung ina-form, no, yung mukha niya ay nasa tinawag na preventive action. Okay? Pero nung 2015 version, siya na si risk-based approach. Okay? So, noon, kwento lang, ano po, kapag nag-internal audit, after ng internal audit, merong corrective action and preventive action. So, meaning, kapag may non-conformity, required ka na mag-submit ng CAR, corrective action, okay, and PAR, preventive action. So, meaning, ang action mo, dalawa. Una, corrective action para ma-correct immediately yung mali, and preventive action para hindi na siya maulit. Alright? So meron tayong tinatawag CAR and PAR. Okay? So mas madaming requirements noon. Okay, next slide please. Ayan. So meron tayong sample ng each PDCA cycle. So noon, saan nakapwesto sa PDCA cycle si risk-based thinking? Nasa improvement siya. No, kasama siya ni CAR, ni corrective action. No, so corrective action and preventive action, magkasama sila parati noon. Nung 2008 version, nandun siya sa improvement. No, after ng check, ang check natin ay internal audit. Okay? Nagigets ba? Ngayon, 2015 version, nasa planning na siya. Okay, so napapansin nyo, noon, ang style is that kapag na-audit, kapag nakita yung mali, saka palang gagawa ng preventive action noon. No? So very reactive. Di ba? Magre-react ka lang kapag nakita mo na yung mali. Which is ngayon, more on proactive. So before mangyari lahat ng possible na mangyari, bago mo i-implement yung isang bagay, kailangan nahanap mo na or nakita mo na, na-identify mo na lahat ng potential na maka-affect doon sa gagawin mo. And that, meron kang plan of action for that. Okay, so nakikita ba natin yung shifting? So I hope ma-appreciate natin kasi marami pa rin na pag-iiwanan ng PAR syndrome na when they plan, they just plan. Okay, ito yung target ko. Pero nagiging reactive na lang sila later on na ay ganun ba? Ay naapektuhan ng COVID. Ay wala ano kami wala, maka-quarantine kami, hindi namin magagawa, no? So parang ganoon. So ang nagsasuffer tuloy yung overall targets, no? So just imagine yung impact niya kapag lahat ng employees, lalo na ang ating mga middle managers and managers is ganoon ang thinking, no? Very reactive na lang sila. Okay? So hindi, dapat mag-shift na rin tayo sa konsepto, no, na before mangyari, meron tayong plan of action. Diba? Later on, meron akong best example na person na nakikinita ko na innate sa kanya yung pagiging risk-based thinker niya. Alright? Na kapag may nangyari, that's okay. Push to plan B. Diba? May nangyari ulit, may COVID. Okay, turn tayo into online. Diba? Parang ganoon. Okay, na-quarantine. Meron plan C. Okay, plan D. May backup person. Okay? Alright, sige po. I will be having a discussion po later. Okay, so you can send po yung inyong mga questions sa ating chat box. Pwede nating ano po. Yes, ma'am. Ginagawa naman yung preventive action din siya as proactive. Pero yun nga lang kasi, nagiging practice na siya before na parang kapag may non-conformity, saka lang siya gagawin. So, kung mapapansin natin, ma'am, nilipat siya kahit ng clause sa planning. No? So, in a sense, may chance din siya na maging proactive before kasi kahit potential non-conformity pa siya. No? Tama naman. Tama po yung nag-recite kanina, nag-message po sa aking, sorry, naka-direct po pala. Okay, so tama naman po yung may nag-message kasi sa akin na proactive din si preventive action. Okay, so tama naman po kasi may potential, no? May potential man, kapag may potential ng non-conformity, pwede mo nang gawa ng PAR. Tama din po yun. However, yun nga lang sir, yung risk doon is nagiging ano na siya, nagiging reactive in a sense na kapag internal audit saka lang nakikita yung non-conformity, and kapag may non-conformity saka gagawa ng R. Alright, sige sir. Nice. Very nice po yung inyong input. Thank you sir. Alright, next slide please. So, ito yung example ng ating preventive action report before. No? So, very ano talaga siya, very risk. Okay, para siyang ito yung risk before, risk management before. Okay? Okay. So, example lang naman ito para at least makita natin no, may nag-exist before na ganyan. Okay, next slide please. Alright. Para mas makilala pa natin si risk management sa ISO 9001, ito po yung nakalagay doon sa ating um, Annex A ng manual. No? Clarification on new structure, terminology, and concepts. Okay, so anong sinabi ni ISO doon sa new concept niya sa risk management? Alright, the risk-based thinking applied in this international standard has enabled some reduction in prescriptive requirements. So si 2008 version nun, talagang nakasulat kung ano yung mga required, ito dapat meron. Okay, so dapat may procedure ka dito. Pero dito, medyo nag-reduce siya sa prescriptive requirements and their replacement by performance-based requirements. So mas marami na silang nire-require na records and documents, records kesa documented procedure. So, mas gusto nila yung records. Ibig sabihin, hindi nila kailangan ng procedure ng risk management. Ang kailangan ko yung record mo na inaksyonan mo yung risk and yung MOV mo. So, doon sila nagpo-focus, doon sa performance-based requirements. Okay? There is a greater flexibility than in ISO 9001:2015. So, mas flexible ngayon, gaya ng sabi ko kanina, in the requirements of processes, documented information, and organizational responsibility, which is na discuss ko na at nasabi ko kanina na mas ano siya ngayon, mas flexible as compared nung 2008. Okay? So, kung noon naririnig nyo si ISO, sobrang hirap, no? Lahat kailangan document, kailangan may SOP, daming papel, no? So, ngayon, not so. Okay? Hindi gaano. Okay. So, we are lucky kasi 2015 version tayo. Next slide, please. Now, ito naman yung clarification niya sa risk management, no? Although 6.1, yung clause 6.1 specifies the organization shall plan actions to address risk, there is no requirement for formal methods of risk management. No? So ibig sabihin hindi required na formal yung method ng risk management or hindi rin required ang documented risk management process. No? Organizations can decide whether or not to develop a more extensive risk management methodology than is required by this international standard. So meaning, dahil napakarami na ng konsepto sa risk, no, marami na no yung konsepto na mas complex, mas comprehensive, okay, hindi siya nire-require sa ating ISO 9001:2015. Okay, the organization can decide whether or not to develop a more extensive risk management methodology than is required by this international standard. Okay, example, through the application of other guidance or standards. Okay, so ang kailangan nila, kung ano yung nailista nila doon sa requirement na i-discuss natin ngayon sa 6.1, basta meron yun, okay. Okay, so hindi kailangan na ang standard mo ay 31,000, no? Yung international standard din for risk management, hindi nila nire-require. All right, next slide please. All right, so ito yung requirement lang, no? Minimum requirement ng ISO 9001:2015. Of course, this is under planning, clause 6, and then 6.1 is actions to address risks and opportunities. Okay, yung ating 6.1.1 more of objective, no, kung bakit natin kailangan i-conduct or kailangan nating i-address yung ating risks and opportunities, no? So when planning for QMS, the organization shall consider issues referred to in 4.1, which is SWOT, and the requirement referred to in 4.2, which is registry of stakeholders, and determine the risks and opportunities that need to be addressed in order to give assurance that the QMS can achieve its intended result. So basically, yung impact niya, no, is may assurance ka na ma-achieve mo yung intended results, no, yung objectives mo. Enhance desirable effects, prevent or reduce undesired effects, and achieve improvement. All right. So marami kasing nagtatanong, sir, nakalagay kasi sa 6.1.1, no, the organization shall consider yung mga issues na nakalagay sa SWOT 4.1 at yung nakalagay din sa 4.2, Registry of Stakeholders. Sir, kailangan ba na kung ano nakalagay sa SWOT at Registry of Stakeholders, yun din nakalagay sa risk? Hindi po nire-require ni ISO 9001 na lahat naman, no? Ang sabi lang dito, shall consider. Okay? So, they will ask you during audit, kinonsider nyo ba si SWOT? Okay. Kinonsider nyo ba? Yes po. Okay. So, nakalagay sa SWOT namin, no, threats, no, COVID-19. And then, merong pandemic din po sa aming risk and opportunity. So, basta meron siyang connection. Okay. Meron, ni-refer niyo yung mga risks ninyo doon sa ating SWOT and Registry of Stakeholders. Enough na po yun. Okay? So, yung iba kasi na napaparanoid, no, sir, dapat ba lahat nandito, no? So, hindi naman po required. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay, 6.1.2, the organization shall plan. Okay, number 1, actions to address these risks and opportunities. So, meron tayong risk treatment plan. All right, which is implemented naman na sa DSWD even before. Okay, letter B, the organization shall plan how to integrate and implement the actions into QMS process and evaluate the effectiveness of these actions. Kaya naman meron tayong, after ng risk treatment plan, meron tayong another form, risk and opportunity report. Okay, dun sa risk and opportunity report, dito, ini-evaluate yung effectiveness naman nung action ng ating treatment plan. Alright, so yung form natin ay in compliance doon sa requirement. Okay. So next natin, actions taken to address risks and opportunities shall be proportionate to the potential impact on the conformity of products and services. And note 1, options to address risks. Ayan. So ito yung mga options to address risk. Number 1, can include avoiding the risks, taking the risks in order to pursue an opportunity. So basically, ito yung mga options natin to address risk. Wherein, doon sa ating form, no? Doon sa ating form, ito po nakalagay mismo sa standard, okay? Doon sa ating form, yun yung basis natin. Taking the risk in order to pursue an opportunity. Kaya naman kung mapapansin nyo sa form natin, identify the risk, tapos yung action plan natin, action plan or opportunity plan. Okay? So yung action mo doon sa risk, no? Kaya yung action mo doon sa risk, it can either be an action plan or an opportunity. Okay? So nandito rin siya sa standard. Okay? Taking the risk in order to pursue an opportunity, eliminating the risk source, changing the likelihood or consequences, sharing the risk, or retaining risk by informed decision. Alright? So basically, napakadaming ways kung paano natin i-address yung risks, no? Minsan kasi may mga nagtatanong, sir, bakit ganito sa ibang agency? Iba yung listahan nila ng risk, iba pa yung listahan nila ng opportunity. Okay, so okay lang naman yun. Wala naman pumasama. Okay, so hindi naman sinabi ni standard na kailangan magkasama sila or magkahiwalay. Okay po, so wag kayong maparanoid kasi medyo relax yung ating 2015 version. Alright, so minsan kasi kino-compare sa ibang agency, kino-compare dun sa ibang mga methodology. Sir, bakit gano'n? Dun sa iba, meron pa silang ibang computation, tapos meron pa silang arrow and something, no? So mas complex na yon. For 2015 version, hindi naman po kailangan. Note 2, opportunities can lead to adoption of new practices, no? Launching new products, opening new markets, addressing new customers, building partnership, using new technology, and other desirable and viable possible possibilities to address the organizations or its customers' needs. Alright, so may mga note dito to guide us, no? Pwede nating maging guide din ito, pero later on, no, in the DSWD context, tutulungan tayo ni Sir Louie, okay, doon sa pag-craft na ng ating action plan, treatment plan doon sa ating risk. Okay, next slide please. Alright, daan na tayo sa topic number 1. Next na tayo sa risk and opportunity procedure. So basically, kung hawak niyo po yung inyong yung ating SOP, yung sequence din ng ating topic, kung ano yung nandun sa SOP, yun din ang nilagay natin dito. Okay, so babasahin lang din natin sa papadaanan kasi mas important yung paggawa ng ating treatment plan. Okay? Ang objective, no, this procedure aims to define a systematic approach in conducting risk and opportunity identification, management, and evaluation relating to the relevant contextual issues of the organization, its operation, and its quality management system. Sir, sabi nyo kanina, hindi naman required na meron tayong SOP ng risk and opportunity procedure. Pero, okay, yes po, hindi required sa ISO 9001:2015. Pero, okay, nagiging risk yung wala tayong procedure kasi may mga part, no, or OBSFOs na medyo highly technical na sa pag-identify at pag-treat ng kanilang risks, no? Tapos meron ding hindi. Again, ang ating hashtag isang DSWD ISOng biyahe. Alright, so there is a need now to standardize, no, yung ating paggawa ng risk treatment plan kasi baka lang, okay, may potential impact ito lalo na kung may part ng ating organization na nahihirapan sa pag-treat, no, or pag-action sa ating mga risks. That's why ang aim ng ating procedure, no, define a systematic approach in conducting risk and opportunity identification, management, and evaluation. All right? This risk and opportunity management procedure is established to, number 1, guide all OBSFOs in identifying, assessing, analyzing, and managing risks. Number 2, to ensure that all risk management initiatives are being documented and managed, di ba? So, kapag dating ng audit, meron tayong existing na risk management, noon pa yan. Pero are we sure, no, na documented ba siya? Okay. Are we sure na lahat 100%? Okay, so hindi. So to ensure na lahat ng risk management initiatives are being documented and managed accordingly, gumawa po tayo ng SOP. Alright, number 3. Of course, to standardize the templates in identifying, assessing, and evaluating risks for easy tracking and traceability. Isa pa po, kaya standardize na yung template kasi merong for example, sa assessment ng ating risk, okay, merong plus, okay, may nagpa-plus, merong nagma-minus. Ngayon yung standard medyo nagsasuffer sa buong agency. Okay, so para ma-standardize na rin yung ating template, maging equal yung ating output and outcome doon sa na makaka-apekto sa ating overall objectives or quality objectives. And of course, to decentralize the management of risks and opportunities. Okay, next slide please. Also, nakalagay po sa ating objective sa ating procedure, this risk and opportunity management procedure shall be conducted to letter A, ensure that the QMS can achieve its intended results or quality objectives. So basically, kaya maggagawa ng treatment plan sa process, program, project mo para ma-ensure mo na ma-attain mo yung target, no? Enhance desirable effects, no? Prevent or reduce undesired effects, no? The same with nandoon sa ating clause 6.1.1, no? Letter D, evaluate the effectiveness of the actions taken to address the risks. And letter E, achieve continuous improvement. Of course, ang ating risk treatment plan can be part of our continuous improvement, no, basis and support efficient use of resources and continuity of organizations' operations. So whatever risk na dumating, merong continuity. All right, so next slide, please. Now, we have 3 na risk and opportunity management forms. We have the operational risk treatment plan, strategic risk treatment plan, and risk and opportunity report. Okay? So, ang atin pong pag-usapan ngayon na fill-outan ay ang ating operational risk treatment plan and the risk and opportunity report. No? So we are still coordinating with our source person kung kailan at papaano natin uh, ma kasi hindi kasya po sa whole day kapag in-include din po natin ang strategic risk treatment plan. Okay, so baka gumawa po tayo ng separate activity for strategic risk treatment plan. All right, next slide please. The scope, this procedure applies to all quality processes, activities, and services which are part of the scope of the quality management system of the DSWD. The same attack with the management review, di ba? Po sa management review, hindi lang yung frontline and non-frontline services na sinasabi nila. So, we implement this procedure na rin sa lahat kasi ang ating goal, no, again, hashtag isang DSWD, ay isang biyahe. No? So kung meron tayong risk treatment plan or procedure na possible or pwede siyang implement sa lahat, no? Why not implement it sa lahat? So for today, ang implementation ng ating risk treatment plan ay sa lahat po. Okay, next slide please. Okay, punta po tayo sa procedure. Kung mapapansin din natin sa form, no, meron din tayong color coding. Okay, so para mas madali nating ma-identify yung mga columns with the same color kasama sa the same step. Okay, so medyo I think yung mga gumawa is na-observe din po yun. First is common, yung basic steps lang po, cycle ng ating risk management process. No? Step 1, identify the risk. And for identification of risk, of course, we identified two different types of risks, the strategic and the operational. For the strategic, of course, ang ating top management will be responsible din po doon sa ating pag-identify ng ating strategic risks, no? At gagawa ng ating strategic risk treatment plan. All right? Next slide, please. So this is our focus, ang ating operational risk treatment plan. Okay? So the OBS use FOs, process implementers are responsible in identifying the operational risks of their own projects, programs, processes, activities, or procedures based on the requirements of customer, based on their expected output, or desired result. Basically, yung target, yung objective mo doon sa specific process, programs, activities. No? So very generic yung term. Hindi yan sinabing identify the risk ng inyong standard operating procedure. Hindi. No? So anything na pwede nating include, anything na pwede nating gawan ng risk treatment plan, you can use this form. Okay? So may it be a project, may it be a program, may it be a process, no? Pwede. May it be an activity, pwede nating gawan ng risk treatment plan. Okay? Thus, shall identify all kinds of risks that may affect their day-to-day operations. Okay, so kung mapapansin natin, very generic ang ating procedure. Why? Kasi nga, kapag gumagawa tayo ng procedure, mahirap yung sobrang specific, no? So parang nakatali yung kamay nila na, hindi ka pwedeng lumampas yan. Pag lumampas ka, NC ka. Alright? Okay, so next. Moreover, okay, balik po muna, sorry. Natakpan po ng message. Okay. So moreover, strategic risks and operational risk may be discussed during management reviews and at the different levels of the QMT structure to ensure no proper action shall be taken by concerned offices. All right. Next slide, please. So medyo ayan, naglalag lang po. Okay, so yung sa form natin, dun sa step 1, identify the risk, no? Meron siyang tatlong column for that, no? With the same color column 1, doon natin ilalagay ano yung gagawa natin ng risk, anong part na yun, ang i-identify natin ng action to address the risk. No? What process, activity, procedure, project, or program. Alright, for column 1. Now for column 2, ano yung requirements or expected output or desired result or success indicator nung project, process, program, procedure, or anything na gagawa natin ng risk treatment plan. Okay. So next is column 3, of course, yung ating risk. Identify or describe briefly the potential risk that can affect the quality management system in achieving the strategic objectives for the strategic risk treatment plan, and describe the result and the desired result of success indicators of day-to-day operations for operational risk treatment plan. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, step 2 is to analyze the risk. Of course, the same kapag sa strategic, ang ating person responsible ay ang ating top management, and for the operational risk, we have the OBS use, FO, si process implementers, no? Sila yung magbibigay ng input dito. All right? So, in details, analyze the risk by identifying its effects to the desired result. Okay? If the risk occurs and its causes. So, basically, effects and cause, no? Cause and effects, no? Itong part na to. Also, identify the current control or existing mitigating control to reduce the possibility of the risk to occur or affect the desired result, expectations, objectives, success indicators, or KPIs, no? Okay. So next slide, please. So basically, ang laman ng ating form, ayan, at sa part na to, step 2, ito po yung column 4, column 5, and column 6, no? Na kung saan i-identify natin yung risk effects, risk cause, and ano ba yung current control or existing mitigating control na ginagawa ninyo para makontrol yung risk na na-identify. Okay, so you will check on that, Sir Bernard. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, next is the conduct risk assessment. Okay. For the risk assessment, still ang ating DNTSC po ang responsible for the strategic risk, and that the process implementers for operational risk will provide inputs, no, doon sa ating risk assessment. Okay? Of course, related po sa kanila. Diba? And of course, kasama na din natin sa person responsible dito ang ating heads of OBSFOs and head ng ating DSWD. Of course, they will check yung ating and review and validate yung kung ang assessment ba natin doon sa ating risk ay acceptable or not. Okay? Okay, so next slide, please. Opo, yung sa form po. Alright. Okay, sa ating step 3, sige, inopen ko din yung ating form, no? We have the column 7, 8, and 9, and 10. Okay? So, para sa ating column 7, 8, 9, and 10, doon natin nilalagay yung ating risk assessment sa consequence, no? Yung sa potential impact ng risk, yung ating assessment sa ating likelihood to happen or level of probability that the risk will happen after implementing the current control. Okay, so kahit meron ng existing control natin, ano pa rin yung assessment niya or evaluation niya doon sa ating evaluation niya sa likelihood. Alright, for the consequence and the likelihood, meron din tayong tab sa ating form na kung saan pwede nating maging, ito yung gagamitin nating basis para sa ating risk, ano tawag nito? Risk assessment. Alright? And sa ating letter D, of course, to identify the risk score, we need to multiply the consequence and the likelihood rating. Okay? For column 10, we have significant or not, no, yung question. Syempre, simple lang ilalagay natin to. It's a yes or no question, no? Using the risk scoring table in Appendix B, identify if the risk is significant or not, even if the control action are already in place. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, so may tanong na sa... Okay, sa column 10, later on, sige, mamaya natin i-discuss, ma'am, or baka masasagot din siya doon sa ano natin, ma'am. Mamaya, gagawa na, tutulungan na tayo ni Sir Louis from Risk Management Office in the DSWD context, no? So, ano yung magiging basis natin? So, talagang nilagay natin sa last part yung discussion para at least baka masagot kasi siya along the way. Ano po? So, dun sa last part, no, babalikan na lang po natin lahat ng question and thank you para sa pagchat-chat ng inyo pong mga question. Okay? Step 4, identify and recommend action plan or opportunity plan. So ito yung nabanggit ko kanina sa requirement na nasa note 1 ng standard na to address risk, no, you can actually pursue yung risk, no, to okay, para magkaroon ng opportunity or ma-implement yung isang opportunity, ma-identify yung isang opportunity. Okay? So, person responsible sa ating action plan, of course, for strategic risk, we have the DNTSC or top management, and as implementers sa ating operational risk, and kasama rin natin sa person responsible ang ating head of OBSFOs at sa DSWD. Okay? Identify and recommend treatment plan or opportunity. For the details, identify and recommend treatment plan or opportunity for the risk which includes the following. So ito na. Ito na rin yung nakalagay sa column. Recommended action or opportunity, person responsible, target start of implementation and target completion date, resource needed, communication, kung sino yung mga affected and or responsible person or OBSFOs, no? And number 7, means of verification. Okay? So next slide, please. Okay. So basically, yung ating next slide po. Okay, so yan. Okay, itong guide po na to, itong nasa screen natin, nasa manual din po ito. Okay, nasa annex na siya, nasa dulo. So per column, kung ano po yung nakalagay dyan, yan din po yung nakalagay. Nakalagay sa presentation, yan din po yung nakalagay sa ating manual. Alright, so masyadong mabilis yung ating discussion kasi kulang po tayo sa time. Gusto ko lang sabihin na lahat po nung nakalagay sa presentation, nandun din po sa ating manual. Alright, so sa ating column 11, recommend action or treatment or opportunity. No? So after the risk has been identified, analyzed, and assessed, identify the risk treatment or risk treatment action or opportunities to reduce the impact of the risk. No? Dun sa column 11. Of course, we need to identify person assigned to the treatment action or opportunity. So kung sino yung responsible dun sa action na yon. And column 13 and 14, target implementation, target start of implementation, and completion date. Okay, so kailan mag-start, kailan matatapos. And column 15, resource needed. Okay, so may mga comments, sana hiniwalay yung fund, no? Sana hiniwalay yung human resource, sana hiniwalay yung material, no? So, we're trying to reduce din yung column kasi hindi naman lahat ng treatment plan kailangan ng fund, no? Hindi rin kailangan na yung ibang treatment plan kailangan din po ng materials, no? So, isang column na lang sila. Okay? So, you can identify, sample lang po ito, hindi required na baka ulit kapag gumawa tayo, nag-fill out tayo, may 4Ms talaga, no? Man na kailangan, money na kailangan, machine na kailangan. No, not required, no? So, lahat ng resources na kailangan, ilalagay natin doon. Okay? So, guide lang po itong nakalagay sa screen na column 15. Okay? You can identify yung manpower na kailangan, financial resources, machine, and materials. Hindi gender sensitive yung example sa column 15. Okay. Sige po. Pasensya na po. It is a concept, no, para common concept doon sa pag-identify kasi ng resources, but no intention na hindi maging sensitive, no? So ayun po. Okay, no intention na mag-discriminate po. Naka-peace sign naman. Okay, akala ko serious. Kasi nagpa-pop out lang siya sa screen ko na mabilis na mawala. Alright, so concept lang po kasi ito para makatulong. Guide, kumbaga na. Very common concept ito. Pag sabi, ano yung resources na kailangan mo? So, apat agad pa sa isip mo. Manpower, machine, money, and materials. Okay? So, of course, nadagdagan pa yan. No? Hindi lang nalilimit dito. Okay? So you can add more. This is just a guide. Okay? Sabi ko nga, yung nakalagay doon sa ating column, resources needed. No, very generic siya para ma-identify natin lahat talaga ng kailangan for that action. Okay? Kasi pag nilagay lang natin, apat ulit, no? Manpower, money, machine, materials, no? Babalik na naman, sir, paano kung kailangan namin to? Wala naman dyan sa apat. Okay? So, resources needed generic. Next slide, please. All right. Now, identify and recommend action plan or treatment plan sa ating step 4. Okay. So, additional po na requirement sa column, meron pa tayong column 16, 17, no? I think na ulit hindi lang na-delete yung column 18, no? So, I'm very sorry, that's a typo. Sa column 16, ang ating means of verification after the risk. I think merong typo dito, no? So, pero yung ating column 16, ano yung means of verification natin doon sa action plan? Kumbaga kapag na-complete natin yung action plan, ano yung magiging means of verification? Okay? So, for example, ang ating risk, ang ating treatment plan doon sa risk ay or opportunity ay in a form of training, of course. Ano yung means of verification na na-conduct na yung training, no? Doon sa ating treatment plan. Okay? Yung end na verification. Of course, Sir Louis can provide, ang ating resource person later can provide more examples in the DSWD context. Okay? And column 17 is okay, communication, no? So please disregard the slide po, no? I think typo ito. Okay? So yung ating communication, dito natin ilalagay yung kung kanino, and also pwede natin communication is very generic din, no? Hindi nakalagay. So ano lalagay dito? Memo ba? No? Memo ba? By phone call ba? No? So ang important po na nakalagay sa procedure is ma-identify natin sino yung important na tao, no? Na kailangan mai-communicate yung ating risk treatment plan. Okay? So yung mode, pwede nating include. Kung sino, pwede nating include. Okay. Hindi po ba duplicated yung responsible person dun sa column 17 sa communication? Iba po kasi yung may specific person responsible for the action and iba din yung mga person na kailangang ma-inform. Alright? Okay. Siguro mamaya mas ma-appreciate natin siya pag meron ng example with Sir Louie. Okay? So, I'm just here to present yung ating procedure. Introduction, kumbaga. Alright? Next slide, please. Ayan. I think ito nga yun. Step 5, communicate the risk treatment plan. Of course, for the strategic risk treatment plan, no, cascade or communicate siya to all concerned employees and OBSFOs, no. The OBSFO shall submit a copy of risk treatment plan to their document custodian. Okay, so kailangan merong record control, may hawak na record, no, na document, no. So alam na natin, document control, merong maintain, merong retain, no. So kailangan may ma-retain na document kay document custodian, no? So para kahit saan siya, kahit sino man yung gumawa noon, no, mawala man siya sa agency and all, na archive na yung ating risk treatment plan. Okay? So for security ng records management ng ating risk treatment plan. Okay, while the top management or the NTSC shall submit to the overall document controller. So ang magre-records keeping po ng copy, original copy ng ating strategic risk treatment plan ay ang ating ODC. Alright? Next slide, please. I think ito yung maraming clarification, no? Yung kanino po ba namin isasubmit yung risk treatment plan. Okay? So, hindi siya actually term na isasubmit. It's more of um, for records keeping, for document control, no? For retaining that valuable information. Kasi every planning basis natin yan. Okay? So next step is to implement now the treatment plan. The top management or DMPSC and all OBSFOs, process implementers shall implement all actions identified on the risk treatment plan. Okay, so after planning, after treatment action planning, now we have to implement the plan. Next slide, please. Okay. Monitor and assess the effectiveness of implementation. Okay? So, ito na, gagamitin na natin yung risk and opportunity report. Okay? So, monitor and assess the implementation of risk treatment plan using the risk and opportunity report quarterly for the OBSFOs and every 6 months for the top management. Alright? So, medyo inline din siya doon sa ating management review, no, na quarterly. So pwede siyang isabay with actually part uh, ang risk sa agenda ng management review. And also recalculate the risk score by reassessing the consequence of an event and likelihood or probability of occurrence after implementing the risk treatment plan using the risk and opportunity report. Also, measure the effectiveness of the treatment and opportunity after it was implemented for at least 6 months using the table of effectiveness in Appendix C. Okay? Next slide, please. All right. So, of course, after nating i-reassess yung ating risk treatment plan, yung ating risk, no, after implementing the treatment plan or yung action plan natin or yung opportunity na identified, we need to recommend actions to be taken, no? So identify the recommendation based on the effectiveness of the treatment or opportunity and the risk score. Of course, the DNPSC will be responsible sa ating strategic risk and our process implementers, no, ay responsible, no? Part siya sa responsible doon sa ating operational risk, no? Shall update the respective risk treatment plan if needed, no, kung kailangan, based on the recommendations identified sa ating risk and opportunity report. Okay? So, kung kinakailangan. Next slide, please. Alright, so ganun lang po ang simple yung ating procedure, no? So pinadaanan lang natin yung ating procedure. So sabi ko nga, mabilis lang ito yung sa akin. Now, padaanan lang din natin yung form na gagamitin for SWOT and registry of stakeholders, no? Just to check kung nagamit ninyo yung form na tama. Okay. Next slide, please. Later on, also Sir Louis, no, will from Risk Management Office will guide us, no, in the DSWD context. How do we do it, no? Kung paano ba siya ginagawa sa DSWD context and paano siya gagamitin. Okay? So of course, ang ating SWOT analysis, no? Sabi dun sa clause, this is a requirement of what clause? Yan. So anyone, ano ulit, saan required na clause ang ating SWOT? Okay. So number 4. Anong subclause sa 4, ma'am? Ayan. Anong clause? Subclause? FO car. Okay. 4.1. Good job. Okay na ang ating FO car. Okay. So 4.1, no? Context of the organization. Now, sabi dun sa 4.1, we need to identify issues, no? Internal and external issues. Okay, so sabi nung nagtanong sa akin, sir, sabi issues daw yung i-identify, bakit may strength and weaknesses, positive yung strength, di naman issues yon. Now, nakalagay din dun sa 4.1, pag binasa natin yung manual, may note doon. Sabi, ang issues can be positive or negative. Okay, so what I'm telling is that ito yung konsepto sa ISO context. Okay? So kung meron kayong definition ng issues, okay? So kung may issues kayo, joke lang. May definition kayo ng issues, no, na it is negative, no? That's okay. Okay? Pero what I'm trying to say is sa definition ng ISO context, it can be positive or negative. Kaya merong strengths, weaknesses kapag internal, okay? Kapag external naman, next slide please, we have opportunities and threats. Now, may mga question, ano ba yung gagamitin, sir? TechOp ba? PESEL ba? 7S ba? No? PEST ba? No? Ang daming tool. No? So, kung mapapansin nyo, blank po yung ating form. Wala tayong prescribe na any tool. Kasi mas marami pang tools, no? Yung mga yon, tools are just guides, no? Walang best tool or walang best na guide. Ang best pa din yung applicable sa agency, no? So later on, i-discuss ni Sir Louie yung ginagamit sa DSWD. Kung anong tool yung gagamitin natin sa pag-SWOT analysis. And then sa baba, we have the summary of changes, no? Fill upan to, of course, kapag second revision na. Okay? So kung walang summary of changes, not applicable. Okay? For rationale, explanation, justification of changes, of course, kapag nag-revise na kayo ng inyong SWOT. Alright? Okay. Next slide, please. Ayan. Okay, ating registry of stakeholders naman. No, meron tayong 492 participants. Alright, sige. Saang clause naman siya required? Oh, napakabilis mag-type na from FO car, Sir Richard. No, 4.2. Okay. So, clause 4.2. Ayan. So, needs and expectations of interested parties. No? So when we say interested parties, sa konteksto ni ISO, it can be a person, a group, an agency, no? So committee, no? A group of person, no? A person or group of person na merong potential effect sa ating, may effect and potential effect sa ating quality management system. Alright? So later on, bibigyan tayo ng examples. Nagbigay na actually si Sir Louie ng example na filled out ng ating registry of stakeholders. Tama? Okay. So nagbigay po siya ng soft copy para sa information ng everyone, no? So meron siyang tatlong column, sino yung interested parties or stakeholders na tinutukoy natin. And then the second column, requirements and expectations, and then in charge, no? So mostly this is very important, no? Sabi nga, clause 4 yung focus ngayon kasi maraming companies or organization ang bumabagsak dahil yan, hindi sila nagko-comply doon sa statutory and regulatory, no, yung mga requirements, yung needs and expectations ng interested parties nila, no? Kaya naman sa government, nako, para tong Biblia, no, sinasamba nila yan, no, tong Register of Stakeholders. Bakit? Kasi maaari silang ipasara, no? Sino yung best example, no, na kakasara lang ngayon? Alright, na isang malaking company, no, napasara siya dahil hindi siya nakapag-comply, no? Maalala niyo, may kanta pa si Kim Chu, no? So kumbaga Biblia to, no? However, yun lang, medyo yung iba, lalo na sa government, hindi ganong appreciated ang registry of stakeholders. Pero sa ibang agency, lalo sa private, napaka-important nito kasi ito magiging downfall nila kapag hindi to na-observe or na-implement na maayos. Alright? Of course, sa government naman kasi, hindi kailangan ng, sometimes, no, nasa utak na yan, lalo pag 50 years na siyang nandito sa government, no, nakalista na at nakatatak na sa utak niya lahat ng stakeholders, no, lahat ng government agencies, lahat ng kailangan na may requirements and expectations sa kanilang agency, no? Like for example, tatanungin mo si HR, no? O sino ang main stakeholders ng HR? No, of course, ang maraming needs, requirements, and expectations sa HR. Of course, employees, no, top management. Pag external, sino ang main, no? Sino kaya? Kapag si HR office, sino ang main stakeholders na may maraming requirements and expectations sa HR? Ayan, anyone, tanong natin. Oh, napakagaling naman ni Sir Ian na first honor. Okay. Civil service, of course. Ayan, nandyan din si GSIS. Correct. Okay. Sino pa? Alright. So, PhilHealth applicants. Correct. SSS. Personal. Ay, nako naman, no? Napakarami pala nakakaalam mag-fill out nito. No? Okay. So, sa government kasi no, meron na tayong parang innate na sa ating ano, parang may Biblia na sa utak. Pero ang question doon, is it documented? No? So ngayon, dino-document lang natin. Okay? So hindi naman first implementation is kailangan sobrang perfect talaga na ma-identify mo talaga lahat-lahat. Of course, takes time no to at least naman ma-perfecto. Pero as much as possible, no, ma-identify natin yung important na may requirements, merong needs and expectations from us. Alright? PhilHealth and pag-ibig. Alright. Sana all may pag-ibig. No? So, okay. Ayan. So, nakakuha na tayo ng sample sagad. Sabi no, Sir Louie, mas marami pang example later. Okay. Okay. Next slide, please. Ayan. Ways forward. Naku, patapos na po ako. Sabi ko hanggang 10:30 lang po ako. Okay, next slide. Alright, submission of deadlines. No, ito yung ating excerpt from doon sa memorandum mula sa ating secretary kay Secretary Bautista po. No, updated operational risk treatment plan. No, ang term niya dyan ay updated operational risk treatment plan. Ang term po natin na nakalagay doon, updated. So meaning, meron na dapat existing na treatment plan. Alright, so i-update lang natin siya at ililipat sa form. An updated risk and opportunity report shall be submitted no, to their respective OBSFO document custodian for proper document control. Again, when we say document control, we have maintain and retain. No? So, ang tinutukoy natin dito ay retain, no? Para ma-retain yung documented information na yan. No? Not necessarily na i-register niyo siya tapos kailangan may document control number. Hindi naman po. Just to retain the document. Okay? Okay. For project implementation monitoring purposes or for your OPCR, no, para at least hindi tayo magkagulatan pagdating ng OPCR rating, please submit also an accomplished signed and soft copy of this form sa ating DSWD Quality Management Representative through our QMT Secretariat on or before October 12, 2021. Alright, so at least clear po ito. Ito po yung maraming tanong, lalo na yung sa document control. No? May nagtanong din. No? So, sobrang dami po namin nire-reply every day. Ayan. Next slide, please. Pero kinakaya naman. Okay, clarification din sa deadline at submission. Ito yung talagang kulang na lang maging keyboard warrior na rin ako. No? So SWOT and Register of Stakeholders, no, ang deadline natin ay today at isasubmit siya sa ating cluster QMT. Okay, then si cluster QMT, i-consolidate naman po niya. Okay, so si cluster QMT, yung consolidated ang isasubmit dito sa QMT Secretariat for consolidation ng overall. No? So ito yung part ng pag-update natin ng ating SWOT, DSWD-wide SWOT na kailangan po natin sa ating certifying body audit. Alright? Okay, next. Hiwalay din yung risk treatment, balik na po. Risk treatment plan and risk and opportunity report. Okay, so ang ating risk treatment plan and risk and opportunity report, ang deadline po niyan ay October 12. Okay? For OPC monitoring, isasubmit din po sa amin. Okay? Pero hindi talaga wala sa procedure na sa amin i-submit. Okay? Ang nasa procedure na kailangan nyo ma-ensure po ay sa document control. No? Kailangan ma-retain yung documented information na yun. Alright? For the purpose of OPC monitoring lang po, please copy furnish as a copy. No? Furnish as a copy. Okay. Clear na po tayo dito. Okay, next slide please. Ayan, I think tapos na ako sa aking goal. So magbibigay lang tayo ng lesson. Alright, 3 lessons we get from money heist na related sa ating risk treatment plan or risk management. But before that, bago ko ibigay yung 3 lessons, balik muna tayo. Yan, okay. So bago ko ibigay yan, I just want to share yung isang experience ko nung ako po ay nagma-master's degree. Of course, naging part to ng aming topic sa master's degree. And luckily, yung aming presenter na classmate ko ay isang malaking businessman sa kung saan man yon. Alright? Ngayon, nung in-introduce niya yung risk management na topic, natawa ko kasi ang sinabi niya, may topic pala na ganito, sabi niya. Okay? So kung kailan malaki na yung business niya, saka siya nagka-interest na mag-aral pa. Okay? Sabi niya, never niya daw nalaman na may risk management na concept. Pero alam niya sa sarili niya na kaya lumago yung kanyang business or kaya na-attain niya yung kanyang objectives ay dahil lahat ng maisip niya na magbablock doon sa objective niya, nagawa niya ng aksyon, ginagawa niya ng aksyon. So, even without that form, even without the concept, even hindi complex or complicated, innate, okay, sa ating mga managers, middle managers, dapat ang pagmamanage ng risk. Alright? So, kasi it doesn't matter. It's not all about the form. It's not all about the procedure. No? Pero yun nga lang, dahil nasa isang organization tayo, we need to manage. Okay po? We need to manage the risk sa iisang standard. Okay? Pero what we're trying to say is, para ma-appreciate natin yung risk management, sana hindi tayo nakatuon dun sa form, hindi tayo nakatuon dun sa kung paano natin i-fill out yung form, pero kung paano natin yung eager na ma-attain yung objective ng DSWD, yung targets natin, by creating actions to address yung mga possible na mag-block nung attainment ng target. So yun lang yung gusto natin i-share bago mag-end ito. Okay, so stop wasting your time na questionin yung form or questionin yung ating concept, or ang pinaka-important is yung eagerness na ma-attain yung objective. Gaya ng perfect example natin ngayon. So kung alam po natin yung Money Heist, napakagandang series sa Netflix. Next slide please. First lesson that we can get sa Money Heist: plan every scenario and think well ahead of all possible moves. So nakakatuwa kasi si Professor, kung mapapanood niyo to, meron silang heist na plinano. Ngayon, yung plan nila, lahat ng mangyayari, lahat ng possible na mangyari, meron silang plan. Meron silang pangalan pa doon sa mga plan na yon. Tapos i-communicate lang ni Professor. Sana ganun yung manager. Sana ganun yung middle manager. Na pag may nangyayari sa team, doon sa organization, doon sa office, may nangyayari, sasabihin na lang, okay, plan B. Well-informed lahat, communicated yung plan. Talagang ma-amaze ka. Okay? So yun sana, yun yung heart sana ng risk management, hindi yung hindi mas maganda yung risk concept ko, mas marami akong alam sa not that one, it's about targets. Okay? So it's about being manager of your own process, procedures, and process, procedures, programs, projects, etc. All right, next slide please. Ayan. The more thorough and solid your research and plan are, the fewer problems you avoid in the future. Okay, so mas maganda yung ating risk treatment plan, no, mas lesser yung problems in the future. Okay? Yun yung advantage natin sa pag-develop ng ating risk treatment plan. Okay? So don't think this as a burden, but as a gift of time later on. Okay? Sa pag-iisip ng another na action or move. Diba? So kapag na plan na ngayon, okay, pagdating ng implementation, okay. Okay. O, di ba na-identify natin yan? Okay. So meron tayong plan of action. All right. Next slide, please. Number 3, of course, even though na-plan natin lahat ng possible na mangyari, lahat ng risk, no, meron tayong treatment plan, execution pa rin is as important as theory. No, there is no action, there's no if there's no action, there's no progress. In the end, you will be left with nothing but theory. Alright. So lahat ng pinag-aralan natin, no, wala siyang silbi kung walang action. Okay? So we need to implement everything. Okay? So of course, yung execution is very important pa rin. No action plan. Okay? So yun po yung ating tatlo. Sana dito sa last na example natin na lesson, hindi lang maging papel yung ating action plan. No? So kailangan maging yung pinaka-important pa rin dito is yung execution nito nung action na ginawa po natin. Yung action plan and treatment plan na ginawa po natin. So next slide please. All right, so that ends my presentation. Again, isang DSWD, #Aisongbiyahe. Maraming salamat po sa lahat. Again, your questions, pwede po nating i-entertain during the discussion part kasi may possibility nga po na yung tanong pala ninyo ay meron na sa mga next slides, sa mga succeeding slides po. So all discussions and questions po will be entertained after the training program. This is to manage our time po. Okay? Kasi baka humaba yung discussion in the middle and sayang yung time allotted for our invited guest speaker for today. Alright, so maraming salamat once again. Isang DSWD Aisongbiyahe. Thank you. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ben, for sharing your knowledge, no, and information tungkol dun sa ating standard operating procedure. So may we remind lang po everyone that we are encouraging you to post your questions or clarifications dito sa ating chat box for consolidation po and response later during the allotted time for the discussion or our open forum. No? So as mentioned by Sir Ben, ito nga ay para ma-manage natin yung ating oras para tuloy-tuloy yung ating discussion at hindi tayo masyadong mag-drag yung mga discussions natin. Ano? So I think medyo mapapaaga ang ating health break, no? But we would also like to give a shout out dun sa ating mga participants na nasa YouTube live stream. Dito po sa aking screen, tayo ay nasa 487 and then sa ating YouTube as of kanina po around AM, no? Meron tayong 262 viewers sa ating live stream. So welcome po to all the participants na nasa ating YouTube. Sa mga hindi nakapasok, thank you po for your participation dito sa ating activity. So, may mga request tayo for picture daw with Sir Ben. Pwede ba makakapag-open po ba tayo ng ating camera para meron tayong group picture with our first resource person, and then after this we will have our health break po, 10 minutes na health break. So sige po. Everyone, yung mga makakapag-open ng camera at makakagamit ng ating YouTube, ng ating Zoom background. Ayan. May nakikita akong mga nag-open ng camera. Sige po, mag-open din ako ng camera para ma-encourage naman kayo kahit hindi ako masyadong maganda ngayong araw na to. Ayan. Ayan, na namin nakikitang nag-open ng camera. Ayan, sige po. Ayan. Ben, ready ka na ba? Ready na ba ang iyong kagwapuhan? Ayan, sige po. Let's have a quick photo documentation with our first resource person. Sige. So, gamitin natin yung ating hand sign, no? Isang DSWD ay isang biyahe. So, 2 thumbs up sa ating first resource speaker and 2 thumbs up din sa mga nakikinig at nagpa-participate sa ating activity this morning. So, ayan. Pasensya na dahil mag-print screen ako, hindi ako makapag 2 thumbs up. Ayan po. Sige. Let's freeze our smiles. Medyo marami-rami po tayo. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Next. Okay po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Medyo marami-rami. Ilang panels pa ito? Okay po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Yehey, yan namin naka-open ng cameras. Sige po. Smile po. Ay, wait lang po. Ayan. Ayan. May nakikita po akong mga naka-open ng cams. Smile po. Ayan, konting relax tayo saglit. Ayan, nakita ko si Sir Louis sa aking screen. Sige. So, sige, relax tayo konti and then gawin ulit natin yung ating hand signal or symbol for the isong biyahe. So, okay po? Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, maraming salamat po sa mga nag-open ng cameras at nag-participate for this photo documentation. So, time check po, it's already, wait lang po. It's already 10:27, so we will have our 10-minute health break po, and then after this, babalik tayo dito sa ating meeting link, no? Para doon naman sa discussion ng ating risk management in the DSWD context with our next resource person. So, sige po, isagad na po natin, no? So let's be back at it's 10:28, so 10:40. Balik po tayo ng 10:40 AM para po sa ating next resource person. So, sige po. Okay po. Pwede pong pa-show ng ating timer. Ayan, para po aware tayo sa oras ng ating pagbalik sa ating meeting room. Okay, good morning po ulit sa ating lahat. It's 10:40 a.m. So, nakabalik na po ba tayong lahat? Tayo po ba ay nakapag-health break na? Mukhang walang nag-health break walang sumasagot sa akin. Ayan, so yan, may nag-yes. So, welcome po ulit sa ating orientation on the risk and opportunity management procedure. So, kanina nagkaroon po tayo ng presentation and discussion dun po sa ating SOP on risk and opportunity management. So, for at this time naman po, we will be welcoming another resource person who will give us an overview or who will discuss po yung risk management in the context of the DSWD. So our resource person for this topic po, he is the planning officer ng Policy and External Affairs Division from the Policy Development and Planning Bureau and a planning officer ng Policy and Plans Group. He is also the former focal persons for M&E capacity building, DSWD Enterprise Risk Management, the DSWD Strategy Management, and former organizational development specialist for our OSM. So he is also the founding chairperson ng UP Planners Organization and UP School of Urban and Regional Planning and former consultant po ng mga local government units, business entities, academic institutions, government agencies, social enterprises, and civil society organizations. Our resource person also graduated with a BA in Sociology at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and has an MA in Urban and Regional Planning sa University of the Philippines, Diliman. So let us all give a round of applause for our resource person, Mr. Louis M. Destacamento. Hi, Sir Louis!
Good morning, good morning.
Hi, good morning po.
Good morning, Donna. Good morning sa lahat. We're 477 sa meeting room. Welcome again sa ating very ambitious activity today. Again, this is the celebration and culmination of the ISO certification preparatory phase at meron na naman tayong opportunity na magkaroon ng discussion mamaya. So nakita ko ang daming mga tanong na kanina. Nakita ko na maraming excited na i-discuss per column yung QMT approved template. So definitely papasadahan natin yan. But again, if you're conscious on the design of the activity, we decided that the first hour of the morning is the official presentation of the templates, the approved QMT templates. Kasi ang assumption ay majority naman sa inyo ay nakagawa na ng restatement plan in preparation dun sa nakarang mock audit. So this time, ang mas priority natin na audience ay yung mga hindi pa ganon na involved, hindi pa ganon na onboard, hindi pa ganon na ka-encounter ng mga technology na paulit-ulit na nating nadidiscuss sa mga activities like PRU, activities like RMDC, activities like planning, strategic operations planning. So again, this is year 2021, 10th year anniversary of risk management in the DSWD. So one of the biggest agency sa buong Pilipinas, one of the most well-funded agency sa buong Pilipinas. Imagine, 160 billion pesos taxpayers money for year 2021. So, paano natin tayo bilang public servant na-utilize sacredly itong mga pinagkatiwala sa atin na pera. So, ang ano konsepto natin ng objective, utilization, ma-obligate lang ba? Then pag-uusapan natin kung para saan itong activity na to. So yun yung gusto ko ma-appreciate ng mga bago. Mas gusto kong mag-join sa discussion, sa chat box, yung mga bago, yung mga interested na makilala pa itong very passionate na intindi at fully pinapa-embrace sa atin ng chair na sina Asik Rod, ang team ni na Princess, ni na Sir Ben, ni na Donna. So ito yung pag-uusapan natin for this morning. Then maybe kung tayo hanggang 3, pwede natin pag-usapan yung requirement. So again, first day ko yata ngayon sa bagong office. So nakalagay pa lang dito ay PDPB ako kasi wala pang papel. So may bago tayong office. Ang tawag sa office na to ay Risk Management Office. Ito ay produkto ng matagal na advocacy, pag-assert at pagpapakilala ng beauty ng technology. And congrats sa atin, nagkataon na napagbigyan ng management na meron ng tinatawag na Risk Management Office. And ang 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 nangyari, dating bahagi ako ng risk management institutionalization initiative, and nag-engage ako at nag-focus ako dun sa mga present ngayon. Matagal din tayo nagsama on social protection, SWD loss monitoring, human development, poverty reduction cluster, at yung sa people pillar. But this time, day 1 po ulit, binalik ako dito sa risk management office. So, welcome again. Welcome sa ating lahat. So, ang last na physical training, pa-training ko as a resource person on risk management was the admin service crew sa Sambales ba yun? Last 2019, December 2019. So, yung driver, sabi ni Kuya, ang weird po na bakit kailangan pa kayong sunduin. So personal niya ako sinusundo sa Pasay para mag-RP doon sa activity ng AS kasi very specific yung topic, risk management sa context na kanilang group. So again, dahil walang takers, walang gustong mag-discuss nitong napakagandang technology na risk management. So sabi ko, kasi hindi pa ganun appreciated ng isang 70-year-old organization. Ang laki-laki ng organization natin, ang tagal-tagal na ng organization natin, pero hindi pa ganun appreciated yung technology. So pag pinag-uusapan siya, laging ako yung nababanggit. So kaya ako pa rin yung nakuhang resource person ng ES. So sabi niya, risk management. So paano po ba yan? So yung risk management kasi ay pag-create ng scenario, contextualize ng nangyayari, at with that discernment, with that wisdom, nakikita natin na may pwede nang hindi natin isuffer, pwede natin hindi first-hand experience, pwede nang wag mangyari yung mga negative na consequence kung maayos yung planning. Definitely, we've been planning for the longest time, pero very powerful yung in-offer ng risk management as discussed by Sir Ben na for the longest time, ang ISO ay ang process approach and very preventive action ang tinuturo. Wala na yung preventive action. Ginawa na siyang risk-based thinking, risk management na ang ina-advocate niya na pwede namang hindi o pwede namang mapigilan, pwede namang hindi mangyari. So, napaka-exciting ng discussion namin yon kasi sabi niya, pwede pala yon. So gusto ko, sir, next year magkita ulit tayo at pag-usapan natin ano yung naplano, na project, na predict at hindi nangyari. So at dahil sa technology ng risk management, sabi niya. Pero hindi na kami nagkita this year kasi namatay na si Kuya dahil sa COVID, dahil sa operations natin. So nakakakilabot na sa isang organization na may 30,000 staff, ano ang risk tolerance, ano ang risk appetite natin? Naka-3,000 na tayo na positive sa COVID. Allowable risk ba ito? Ito ba ay um, acceptable? Ito ba ay tolerable? Na may ilan na yung namatay sa atin? 20? 20 na staff? Ilan ba yung staff na allowable mamatay sa pag-distribute ng pera ng financial assistance para masabing, teka muna, let's regroup. So yun yung pag-uusapan natin today. So yun yung aking introduction. So welcome again sa risk management. Share ko lang yung aking screen. Wala pa, no? Ang gusto kong appreciate nyo sa slide na to, dahil nakita ko yung comment ni Bernard kanina sa chat group. Yes, nagbago yung form. But again, this is the approved, this is the official QMT form, which, by the way, the people who approve, who were present sa pag-assess nung quality ng form na pag-uusapan natin ngayon ay basically the same offices na present nung inapprove yung HPMES forms at IMT forms. So, may mga pagkakataon na we are romanticizing forms, we are binded, we are overwhelmed with the idea of filling out templates and forms. But again, these are just tools. Kailangan nating, again, as mentioned by Sir Ben, may pagkakataon, it's tempting. I know na ma-feel nyo na mafo-frustrate kayo sa pag-fill out ng panibago na namang form. May nagtanong kanina, nakita ko na po ito sa IMP, bakit pwede po bang actually yun talaga ang objective. The reason that we are now discussing risk management na may authority na yung risk management office. So officially, dahil approved na, meron na tayong AO 12-2021, i-harmonize na. Technically, meron na tayong tinatawag na enterprise risk management kung saan to operationalize the 3 lines of defense, tatanggalin na doon sa IAS yung pagsasekretariat, yung sa IMC ng IMT, at ito ay dadali na sa risk management office. So i-harmonize natin yung mga templates kasama yon. So again, marami tayong initiative para dito sa pagpapatibay pa ng mandate ng risk management office. Again, huwag tayo ma-intimidate, nagkataon na may na-inventong bagong template, tool at na-approve. At ito ay kailangan na dahil ang target ng secretariat ng QMT ay ma-conduct ang audit this 3rd week yata ng October at yung second batch ay this November para baka ma-declare tayo at officially magkaroon ng certification by December 2021. So nag-adjust tayo. So yes, of course, ang sabi ng ISO, continuous improvement, may best opportunity para i-accommodate ang mga suggestion to enhance the form. Pero at this time, may approved template signed by the chairperson himself. So yun muna yung gagamitin natin para kapag may certifying body, pag hinanap yung document, meron tayong mapapakita na standardized forms and templates. So yun lang naman yun. So again, ang mga discussion natin for the longest time, ano ang kabaliktaran ng risk management? The only alternative to risk management is crisis management, and crisis management is much more expensive, time-consuming, and embarrassing. So, ang risk management ay bahagi ng planning process. Again, kung meron kang operational plan, meron kang strategic plan, asawa nito yung risk treatment plan. Dapat magkasabay silang ginawa o magkasunod silang ginawa kasi yung mga plano, objective at yung mga targets na initial na napag-usapan doon sa iyong multi-year plan, strategic plan, yun yung hahanapan ng vulnerabilities. Yun yung hahanapan ng magkakaroon ng assessment ng quality ng mga internal controls. So yun yung kailangan yung maintindihan. It's a planning process, it's a planning document. Kaya dapat kasabay o kasunod nito ng ating mga ginagawang plan. So the objective of my presentation, review and understand the basic concepts related to risk and risk management, apply the concepts in DSWD context. Napaulit rin sinasabi ni Sir Ben para mas makarelate tayo, yung risk methodologies and guidance, appreciate RM beyond compliance, of course, as value creation. So again, this is not a fault finding. The risk management is associated with fault finding. Pero again, the beauty of having that sacred role, very rare opportunity na privilege na tayo ay maging public servant at hawakan yung taxpayers' money at gamitin ito, tayo ay active shapers ng human development sa level ng international, yung commitment natin as member ng United Nations sa Sustainable Development Goals 2030, ASEAN 2025, Philippine Development Plan 2022, Ambition 2040, Social Protection Plan 2022, HDPRC Roadmap 2022. Yung mga commitment natin na yon ay makita yung value added natin as an agency. So hindi para lang mag-comply dahil may mga certification. No, napaka-powerful, napaka-strategic ng role natin as leader, as member, as initiator, as head ng mga interagency at kailangan nating makita yon na meron tayong dapat gawin para mas makuha natin yung objective. Again, 70-year-old na yung organization, may mga objective tayong nakukuha, pero may pagkakataon na hindi natin nakukuha yung main objective. So walkthrough of the forms na ipapasubmit sa atin ng QMT Secretariat. So outline ko, introduction to risk concept and risk management process, introduction of DSWD risk management, process methodology, walkthrough ng SWOT form sa context ng DSWD, registry of stakeholders, risk statement plan, risk and opportunity report. Went with ISO, again, to assess the sufficiency of management system, to check the alignment of functions and processes, identify recurring issues and constraints, determine the impacts of reform within the organization, and evaluate strategy implementation. Kapag narinig nyo risk management, isa lang dapat na maalala nyo, tungkol to sa internal controls. Pag-uusapan natin yung quality ng internal controls, pag-uusapan natin yung presence of internal controls, at pag-uusapan natin how the opportunity to improve. So again nga, value creation, the opportunity, yung kung sa PGS ay breakthrough, paano pa natin ma-innovate ang organization, ma-strengthen, scale up yung scope at yung power ng mga existing internal controls. So again, ang ginagamit na nating risk management ay enterprise. Ang risk management ay matagal ng technology, ginagamit ito ng finance, ng banking, sa manufacturing, pero dahil sa sobrang powerful niya, ipinasok siya sa mga organization, sa business, tayo sa government, isa tayo sa napakaraming government agency, pero ilan pa lang ang nakakapag-institutionalize ng risk management. Kasama natin ang PhilHealth, kasama natin ang veterans, at very ambitious ng DSWD. At ito ay dahil imagine, sa example so 160 billion pesos na pondo ng ating organization, 113.8 billion pesos dito ay pantawid fund. So nakita ng mga international organization na uh, tutulungan tayo para ma-institutionalize ang pantawid, pero kailangan nating mag-guarantee na meron tayong mechanism to check yung kanilang mga assistance. At yun na nga, that's why ipinanganak noong 2012 ang risk management. At ang ginamit nating risk management ay hindi lang specific sa disaster risk, hindi lang tungkol sa IT risk, hindi lang sa integrity management risk na required ng Office of the Ombudsman. Ang gagamitin natin ay enterprise risk management, kung saan captured ang lahat, yung objective ng strategy, objective ng organization, yung objective ng mga program, yung objective ng mga processes. Pag-uusapan natin yung quality ng implementation nila through assessing the vulnerability, assessing the risk. So again, ang mga risk treatment measures, yung again intervention, ito yung opportunities to improve, ay ini-institutionalize natin sa ating mga plan. Ito yung mga minomonitor na reports and documents sa ating strategic plan, sa operations plan, sa WFP, sa CapDild plan natin. So maganda, napaka-sacred, napaka-critical na reference document, ang risk treatment plan, for you to customize your CapDild plan, your IDP, your PPMP, your COM plan, your TARAP plan, your PIP, the best reference siya. Kasi nandun yung pag-itemize, pag-inventory natin ng existing controls, at dun sa mga existing controls na yon, paano pa natin sila masusustain at paano pa natin sila may improve. Yun ang pag-uusapan natin sa risk management. Paulit-ulit ang aking discussion, pero i-summarize natin siya sa 4-way test. Are we doing things right? Are we doing the right things? Are there better ways of doing things? Are there better things else to do? Very conscious ang risk management sa critical thinking. That's the first 2 bullets. Are we doing things right? Efficient ba tayo? Compliant ba tayo? Sumusunod ba tayo? Are we doing things right? Pero mas importante ang bullet number 2, are we doing the right things? May objective. Sa context ng DSWD, sa 100 billion pesos na budget ng DSWD, 3.7 billion pesos dito ay sa supplementary feeding. Pero are we doing the right things? Tone-tonelada, truck-truck na sotanghon at patola na ang nadidistribute natin sa kasuluk-sulukan para mag-supplementary feeding. Pero nababahala ang Philippine government kasi yung tumataas ang hunger rate, tumataas ang prevalence ng stunting. Ang daming nababansot ng mga Pilipino. After ng World War II, nakita ni MacArthur ang South Korea. Familiar kayo sa South Korea? Sabi ni MacArthur, bigyan mo ng 100 years ang South Korea, napakawalang kwentang bansa. Hindi na to uunlad, wala na tong pag-asa. Pero dahil sa planning ng South Korea, nagawa nila even yung mga bansot na citizens, hindi genetic lang ang nagdidikta ng pagiging matangkad ng citizens. Ang tatangkad ng BTS, ng Blackpink, ang tatangkad ng mga artista ng Korean novela. Kasi yung government nila, alam kung ano ang feeding program na tama. Samantalang sa atin, unfortunately, makikita nyo yan sa regional development plans ng 16, 17 regions na tumataas ang stunting, prevalence ng ang daming, pero bilyon-bilyon ang nagagastos natin sa supplementary feeding. So that's why meron na tayong in-strengthen na zero hunger aside from sa PIPAN. Then, example din, napakalaking pondo natin, 1.3 billion sa cash for work, yung tree planting. Maraming tree planting na ginagawa si DSWD, mga mangroves. Pero bilyon-bilyon kada taon ang ating ginagastos sa pagpapatree planting, pero majority ng mga to ay namamatay. Pero ano bang objective? Bakit tayo sa supplementary feeding? Ma-utilize yung pera? Ma-distribute ang sotanghon? Bakit tayo nagtatanim? Para mas swelduhan? ang mga tao or masustain yung mangroves, yung spot, yung slot na pinagtaniman. So are we doing the right things? So at pag-usapan natin, ano ba yung objective ng mga programa natin? So after ng critical thinking ng first two bullets, pag-usapan natin yung third and fourth bullet. Are there better ways of doing things? Are there better things else to do? Ito na nga yung mga treatment measures. Pwede pa nating improve. Kung gusto mong bumaba ang likelihood na mangyari yung risk, ano ang i-improve mo dun sa existing quality ng mga internal controls mo? So are there better things else to do? Pwede kang mag-innovate. Kaya nga, dito mga nakaraang taon, nag-introduce tayo ng design thinking, ng scamper, substitute, combine, adapt, mangopya tayo, huwag tayong mag-invento ng lahat. Marami ng successful, mag-benchmark tayo, may mga good practice tayo na pwedeng institutionalize. Are there better ways of doing things? So again, yung alignment ng risk management sa ISO, our philosophy is simple. Success starts with alignment of purpose. Ito yung objective, yung mandate, yung KRA, yung 4.1 and 4.2. Process, yung clause na pinag-usapan kanina ni Sir Ben. Process and people. So yung 7 principles ng bagong ISO 9001 2015 version, very conscious sila sa customer focus, people. So kailangan may inventory ng may registry ng stakeholder. For optimum performance and value creation, you need to have clear direction. So malinaw, do the right things and have the right people doing the right thing. So ito ay tungkol pa rin sa ating mga internal controls. So again, paulit-ulit na-mention na magkaiba ang strategic sa operational. Para lang makita ninyo, mayroon tayong strategic, emergent, highly ambitious, dynamic, enterprise-wide, major cultural impact, cross-functional at multi-year. Usually, pag sinabing operational, incremental, foreseeable, predictable, project-specific, minor, usually silo at short-term. So yun yung kaya meron tayong strategic risk treatment plan at meron tayong operational office risk treatment plan. So why risk management? Again, the only alternative to risk management is crisis management. So the problem with a 70-year-old organization, nagkaroon tayo ng culture na i-romanticize yung crisis management, yung drama, yung kailangan dumating tayo sa point na badge of pagiging masipag kapag na-COVID positive ka. Ibig sabihin, dedicated ka sa work. So, technically, that's maladaptation. And maraming crisis management na nire-romanticize na kailangan natin i-unlearn. So that's why hindi lang preventive action ang ating tinuturo na sa ngayon, kundi risk-based thinking. So dahil limited ang time, limited ang resources, sacred yung fund na binibigay sa atin, kailangan yung allocative efficiency at hindi damaging para sa organization. So pag-uusapan natin yun mamaya. Bakit tayo nagre-risk management na nasa Prexy? Na Prexy now requires all agencies to list down the existing and potential causes, sources, incidents, and consequences which could affect the attainment of objectives and the measures to be taken to address them. So tayo ay nagpupush pa na i-update pa ang ating Prexy by 2023. So pero matagal na conscious at nire-require na tayo ng oversight na maging conscious sa ating context. Sinasabi din sa Executive Order number 605, 2007, institutionalizing the structure, mechanism, and standards to implement the Government Quality Management Program, which calls for the development of loss prevention and mitigation of plans, including emergency plans for identified risks. So 2007 pa lang, sinasabi na i-identify ang risk at ano ang plano to mitigate those, to prevent those. So hindi mo naman pwedeng tanggalin, kundi kailangan mo lang i-manage sila. So sa loob naman ng organization, meron tayong MC number 11 noong 2012, MC 27, series of 2014, nagkaroon na tayo ng enhanced framework Then MC4 2014, nung in-institutionalize natin yung RBME. So maaalala ninyo, pag dinidiscuss nitong 2017, 2018, 2019, ang results based, ang log frame, laging yung fourth column, yung assumption ay usually kapag flip siya into negative statement ay yun na yung risk. AO number 11, 2018, yung strategic performance, sinasabi na ay yung purposively seize opportunities and address risks and threats. So sinabi din yan sa AO number 9, 2017, sa thrust and priorities. 2017 pa lang, required na tayo mag-develop ng bawat OBS ay gumawa ng risk treatment plan. Nung 2018, 18 AO number 17, gumawa na tayo ng strategic risk statement plan para sa ating strategic plan 2017-2022 at meron din tayong AO number 20, 2020 kung saan sinasabi sa number 4 sa ease of doing business at number 5 yung sa ISO during the new normal kailangan maging conscious na tayo sa risk. So yun yung batas, policy, kung bakit tayo ay nag-implement na ng risk management. So, mabilis na mabilis, this time check, it's already 11:20. So, mabilis, what is risk management? Why, where, when, who, and how? So, risk management ba ay fault finding? Kanina pa ako nagsasabi na baka ma-associate. Actually, kaya walang takers. Kaya lumabas yun na minor non-conformity kasi inactive daw yung risk treatment na form. Pero meron na. Pero kasi dahil walang takers, walang nagmo-monitor, so dahil na-associate sa akin, pero nung lumipat na ako ng ibang division, so wala nang nakapag-monitor. Kasi part ng trabaho ko noon ay yung alam niyo ba yung black book namin na may collection kami na kung sino yung nagpakamatay sa Region 5, sino yung nagpakamatay sa Region 8, sino yung nagbigte, sino yung nagbaril, sino yung drug user na staff natin, yung lumabas na cheque, yung 3 cheque na milyon-milyon, sino yung may acts of lasciviousness na may kaso. Doon sa black book may collection siya ng mga yung sa reputational risk natin, may collection siya ng mga balita at mga information, mainstream o tago, yung mga hash yung sa mga issue ng procurement, napakaraming. Pero dahil baka maraming bago ngayon, baka mag-resign kayo. Ang ganda pag nabuksan nyo yung black book ng risk management ng DSWD. So, fault finding ba ang risk management? So, magsimula tayo sa what is risk. So, identify the risk. So, sa chat, asan dyan ang risk? Ang risk ba ay yung lubid? Ang risk ba ay yung rod na hawak nung lalaki? Ang risk ba ay yung lalaki? Ang risk ba ay yung ilog? Ang risk ba ay yung lalim ng ilog? Ang risk ba ay yung buhaya? Asan dyan ang risk? I-type nyo nga sa chat box. Nasaan dyan ang risk? All daw. Ang risk daw ay all. Ang sabi ng iba, ang risk daw ay yung rope. Sabi ng iba, ang risk daw ay yung buhaya. Marami nagsasabi na ang risk ay yung buhaya. Sabi ng iba, falling or alling naman yung iba. Ang sabi ng iba, ang risk daw ay yung balance. Sabi ng iba, ang risk daw ay yung act ng pantawid. Ang sabi ng iba, ang risk na mamatay. Ang sabi, yung act ng pagtawid. Ang risk daw ay yung stick. So magkakaiba ang ating interpretation, no? Kung ano ba yung risk. Pero may technicality siya. May technicality kasi kailangan natin ng risk description and risk statement. Sa bagong form, kailangan nyo ma-identify yung risk cause and risk effect para mas maging conscious kayo sa internal controls at para kapag gumawa ng treatment measures, alam nyo among dun sa listang internal controls, ano ang bibigyan ng intervention. So, last, sino ang tama? So, hindi po risk ang buhaya, hindi po risk ang lubid. So, ang tamang sagot ay yung tao, ang tawag sa kanya ay asset. So, anong dapat sa asset? Protektahan, i-sustain. So, ang crocodiles are the threats. Imbalance is a weakness, vulnerability. So, usually yung vulnerability, yun yung quality ng internal control mo. What you can control, ano yung sinet mo sa loob ng organization, ano mga policy natin, sino ang pipirma, ilan ang pipirma, may magsusuot ng ID, meron tayong mga signage. So yun ay mga controls. Yung magkakaroon tayo ng reporting, meron tayong mga ini-issue na policy, yun ay mga controllable natin. So yun ang mga internal controls. Pero yun ay subject for vulnerability. Vulnerable sila kasi pwedeng present pero obsolete, pwedeng present pero redundant, overlapping. So pag-uusapan natin yan. So ang ano hinahanap natin? Ang hinahanap natin ay risk. It's the possibility of falling down. Yun yung risk. Malinaw na po ba ang pagkakaiba? So what is risk? Risk is not equal to uncertainty. So hindi lang uncertainty ang pinag-uusapan dahil meron tayong tungkol sa objectives. Paulit-ulit mo sinasabi. Uncertainty siya that matters. Meron tayong objective. Babalik at babalik ka, ang guidance mo ay yung objective. Uncertainty, so your risk is the uncertainty that matters. So technically, we are defining risk as the effect of uncertainty on objectives. Again, what is risk? The effect of uncertainty on objectives. So yun yung definition. So, on objectives, ano ba yung objective natin? Ang isang 70-year-old organization na may 16 regional offices at may mga attaché sa iba't ibang bansa na may 30,000 staff, ano mandate natin? Steering and rowing. So ano ang vulnerability, ano yung uncertainty na pwedeng mag-influence ng quality ng objective ng mandate natin? So yun yung risk. Right now, meron tayong support and core, meron tayong 8 roadmaps para ma-address yung objective na to focus natin, increase capacity of LGUs to improve the delivery of social protection and social welfare services, at you improve well-being of beneficiaries and purpose households through strengthened social welfare system. So ito ang mga objectives ng organization. So subject for risk sila kasi may mga possible na vulnerability at may uncertainty na pwedeng mag-affect sa kanila. Meron din namang mga objective ng programa. Katulad nito, to improve the health of young children and mothers by promoting preventive health care, to increase the enrollment and attendees rate of children in daycare, kindergarten, elementary and secondary school sa Pantawid, to contribute to the reduction of incidents of child labor. So, pero makikita mo, 6 ang program objective ng Pantawid. Ilang taon na ang Pantawid? 10 taon na ang Pantawid sa Pilipinas. Isa sa pinakasikat at pinakamalaking conditional cash transfer sa buong mundo. At sineselebrate natin to. Kaya lang may mga findings, let's say for example, may pagkakataon dun sa number 3, maraming incidents na the more na na-incentivize or na-excite silang mag-continue sa pagtatrabaho kasi para to sustain yung kanilang pag-aaral. So para makakuha ng additional na baon. So may mga findings na parang hindi gano'n ka-complementary dun sa number 3. pero comply sila sa pantawid program, pero employed pa rin sila. So may mga ganong cases. Meron naman yung objectives ng process. So again, doon sa mock audit, nakita na meron namang mga risk treatment plan ang mga field offices, pero hindi explicitly na-reflect yung mga risk treatment measures, no? 122 front lines and non-front lines. So ito yung sinabit natin sa EODB, sa ARTA, na directly may customer, may external na kailangang i-satisfy. At the same time, may mga internal customer tayo. So ito yung ating may mga process objective ito na may expectation. So again, risk is an uncertain event condition that if it occurs has effect on organizational program project objectives. Yun ang definition natin ng risk sa Risk Management User Guide ng DSWD. So risk has two dimensions. So again, doon sa kanyang definition, yung uncertain objective. So mamaya, ina-navigate natin yung approved QMT forms. Makita nyo doon may likelihood score at may consequence score. So kasi, babalikan nyo yung definition, uncertainty at effects on objectives. So may generic risk process. So what are we trying to achieve? So we need to define the objectives at risk, identify the risk, what could affect us achieving it. We need to assess the risk, which of those are most important. So given the limited time and limited resources, meron lang tayong mga significant na risk na dapat bigyan ng intervention at treatment measures. Plan risk response. So what could we do about it? So ito na nga yung pag-scale up o pag-innovate ng existing internal controls. So implement risk response, mag-monitor natin at i-review, did it work, what changed. So yan yung ating continuous na process na gagamitin. So when is a risk not a risk? So easy to confuse risk with non-risk. So paulit-ulit natin sinasabi, objective, laging balikan na may objective tayo. So fact, laging ang statement ay may fact, yun yung cause, uncertainty, yun yung risk, effect, yun yung possible result. Ulit, ano ang risk statement? That's your cause na mag-create ng risk na kapag nangyari yung risk, may consequence. That's the effect. So usually stated into fact yung cause, uncertainty yung risk, at may future scenario na sinasabi kapag effect. So malinaw po ba ang pagkakaiba? So can you tell the difference among causes, risk, and effects? Alin dyan ang causes? Alin dyan ang risk? Alin dyan ang effect? Ang supplier may not deliver on time. Ito ba ay cause? Ang supplier may not deliver on time. Ito ba ay risk? O supplier may not deliver on time. Ito ba ay effect? Yung interest rate may go down. Meron sinabi doon na may keyword doon. Interest rate may go down. So alin dyan ang cause, alin dyan ang risk, alin dyan ang effect. Importante itong ano ninyo dahil baka mali yung treatment measures. Mali ang inyong statement, magkakaroon na ng domino effect doon sa ating risk treatment plan. So, yes, nakikita ko ang mga sagot. Ni Teresa, ni Josel. Okay. Ni Ma'am Nilda. Okay. Ni Ma'am Sheila. So, ito na yung sagot. So, interest rate may go down. Supplier may not deliver on time. Yun yung risk. Kasi, ano siya, may mamaya papakita kung bakit. Yun yung meta language. So then, effects. Pwedeng mag-resign. yung key official. Remember, may mga cases na nangyari na maraming mga key official ang nag-disengage sa organization. So, we go over budget. So ano ang we go over budget? Sa context na to ay siya ay effect. So ang causes yun ay yung fact. Programs and services are not provided budget allocation. So fact siya. So sa context ng DSWD, sa 5 statement na yan, sino ang kompleto? Dapat kumpleto yung 3. Nakita nyo ba yung may? Nakita nyo ba yung fact? Diba pag may fact, may statement, may phrase na fact siya yung usual na cause. Yung effect, yung consequence. So dapat 3 parts siya. Tatlong parts ang risk description or risk statement. Tama ba yun? A very strong earthquake, a caused collapse of major warehouse facilities. Kompleto ba yung 3? So yung nagbago yung kulay, yun yung kompleto na may 3. Next. Alin dyan yung kompleto yung 3? Arifa, hula ka ulit. Nelly, 6 at 8 lang ba? Ma'am Maris, 6 at 8? Except 10 lang daw. Sabi ni Spencer, 8 lang daw yung kompleto. Sabi ni Ma'am Jinky, hindi ko alam kung natama na itong key word, yung para lang maano kayo, no, yung brain wiring nyo ay So again, meron tayong meta language as a result of, so that's the existing condition, a certain event may occur which would lead to, so effect on objectives. Effect on objectives. So keywords is do, has not. That's the present condition. Number 2, pag nakita nyo sa statement, sa phrase na may may, might, possibly, that's the uncertain future. Pag 3, yung would, could, yung phrase, technically that's the conditional future. Nakita nyo po ba? Yan yung mga trigger words para masabi na yung phrase na yun ay fact, para yung masabi yung statement na yun, ay yung phrase na yun ay risk, o yung phrase na yun ay effect. So kung na-define na natin kanina ang risk, this time pag-usapan naman natin, ano naman yung risk management? So risk management, same nung sinabi ni Sir Ben, is a process for ensuring, so merong monitoring and evaluation component. The effective, so may qualifying, nag-evaluate. Effective, so may sifting, sorting, defining, distinguishing, rating, ranking na mangyayari. Hindi basta-basta inventory lang. Effective identification, assessment, and treatment of all significant risk to an entity. This includes not only the traditional areas of hazard risk and financial risk. So hindi lang tungkol sa yung mga dahil nasa disaster risk and DSWD, o dahil baka maglindol or ilan nga yung driver natin na tinanggal dahil sinisira yung odometer, parang 10 driver dahil iniiba yung sa odometer ng sasakyan. Sabay-sabay silang tinanggal. But also operational risk and strategic risk. So again, ang ginagamit na natin ay yung enterprise at holistic na risk management na strategic siya, hindi special body or TWG lang ang nag-ano ng risk, kundi lahat. Ongoing activity, all management activities, centralization and coordination. Yung na-mention din ni Sir Ben, hindi lang siya yung sa preventive action or reactive or yung pag-response, kundi more on forecasting, predicting, futuring, scenario planning, yun na, anticipation, prevention, monitoring, and controlling. So focus on processes and people. So ano ang pinakaiba ng risk analysis sa risk assessment? So mas malaki ang risk assessment. Risk assessment is divided into 3 sub processes, sub phases. So meron tayong risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. So risk analysis is just part of the risk assessment. Risk assessment is just part of the risk management. So management, it's the whole. So risk analysis, under niya, risk assessment, captured niya. So napansin to ni Sir Ben, ni Sir Bernard doon sa bagong form. So ulitin natin, siguro na-appreciate nyo na, no, yung, hindi ko alam kung na-offend na kayo dun sa mga example na ginagamit ko. So risk management creates and protects the value. So our reputation, right now tayo ang #1 sa perception survey, sobrang pinagkakatiwalaan pa rin tayo ng mga tao, ang ating agency. Risk management is an integral part of all organizational processes. Risk management is part of decision making. So ang decision making ay wala sa kutob, kundi sa evidences na meron tayong computation na gagawin. At may mga context, that's why we are explicitly conducting inventory of internal and external stakeholders kasi nakadepende sa kanila and our strength and weaknesses, opportunities and threats for us to come up with our objectives at kung paano natin sila i-implement. So risk management takes human and cultural factors into account. So makikita ninyo yan, bakit 10 taon na ang risk management sa DSWD kasi very beautiful yung technology, pero dahil nga sa during revalida, sa OPCR, yung QQT natin na 222, na-negotiate natin na maging 555. So lahat ay negotiable sa kulturang DSWD. So napagbibigyan lahat. So makikita mo, yung region, 4.9 ang pre-score niya, ang OPCR niya. Pero pag makikita mo naman, ang daming reklamo no region. Bakit ka 4.9 ang performance mo, almost perfect? Wala kang intervention na ibibigay sa'yo kasi almost perfect ka. Pero bakit ka nagrereklamo na kulang ka ng tao, kulang ka ng spaces, kulang ka ng modem, kulang kayo ng internet, modem, kulang kayo ng service vehicle para sa payout. Pero 4.9 ka sa score. So, bakit ganun? Kailangan palabasin nyo sa score na ito lang talaga ang kinalabasan para magkaroon ng intervention. Kung 3.7 lang kayo, dapat ma-alarm. Bakit 3.7 lang ang performance? Dagdagan natin ng maraming tao. Bigyan ng mas malaking space. Procure ng service vehicle. So, pero yung culture natin na lahat ay negotiable, lahat ay pwede na kailangan pa natin i-unlearn. Risk management is systematic, structured, and timely. Again, may calendar tayo, may cycle tayo. So risk management is based on the best available information. We cannot anticipate all So, nakadepende tayo sa available information. Risk management is transparent and inclusive. Participatory siya at hindi siya tinatago, no? Hindi siya yung mga ad hoc. So, we are encouraging transparency, open communication. Risk management facilitates continual improvement of the organization. Usually, yung elephant in the room ang naging symbol for risk. Pero makikita nyo sa international, ang symbol for risk management ay yung payong. So bakit tayo nag-risk management? Ano pong nakikita ninyo? Bakit tayo nag-risk management? Bakit ang isang 70-year-old organization ay kailangan mag-risk management? Actually, napaka-ambitious natin. Compared sa ibang agency, tayo ay naka-10-year na ng risk management. Isa sa pioneer. Even sa IMP, yung Integrity Management Risk, ang DSWD ay siya lang nakakomply sa Office of the President and Office of the Ombudsman. Pinopia pa yung FIMEA Risk Treatment Plan para sa IMP. So that's why yun ang i-migrate natin later sa walkthrough mamaya. Bakit kailangan ng DSWD? Again, DSWD ang Pilipinas with 110 million population, with an archipelagic na structure. Tayo ay nasa ring of fire, typhoon belt. So pinakasikat tayo, isa tayo sa pinakasikat na bansa sa disaster management. Nasa atin din yon. Nasa DSWD din yon. Nasa atin ang IMP, nasa atin na ang disaster risk management. Doon magkakaroon na ng bagong department. Tapos eto pa, 10th year na ng enterprise risk management sa DSWD. So bakit kailangan ng DSWD yon? Of all agencies, bakit tayo pa yung nauna? So again, DSWD budget has exponentially increased from 3.5 billion in 2007. Again, 70 years old na organization. Pero for the longest time, taon-taon, 3 billion, 1 billion lang ang pondo niya. Pero biglang lumobo. Yung taon-taon na 3 billion, 3 billion, 3 billion, biglang 128 billion noong 2017. At dati, sa buong Pilipinas, 3,000 lang ang DSWD staff. Pero biglang lumobo tayo, 30,000 na staff na tayo. Imagine niyo yung dito sa central office, imagine niyo septic tank, yung capacity. Imagine niyo yung pinaprocess na payroll. Imagine niyo yung pinaprocess na mga kontrata. At imagine niyo yung potential na mag-breakdown sa organization dahil napakaraming minamanage yung scope at scale. So lumaki tayo, sobrang lumobo ang organization. So ang daming mga objectives, ang dami-daming plano, pabago-bagong pagbabago, paulit-ulit, iba-ibang objectives. So the uncertainty that could affect those objectives, kailangan nating i-assess. So again, malinaw na ang risk management ay protection of assets. So ano again ang assets natin? Yung customer natin, yung mga partners natin sa labas, yung ating Alswadopi, yung ating ABSNet, yung ating PIA, yung mga kasamahan natin sa Human Development Poverty Reduction Cluster, yung kasamahan natin sa Subcommittee on Social Protection sa NEDA. Sila ay mga customer natin. Customer natin ang mga beneficiaries. Client natin ang mga residential, yung mga nasa loob ng ating 71 centers. So client natin, oversight natin sina COA, sina ARTA, oversight natin sina OCS, oversight natin sina DBM. So financial asset. So again, paulit-ulit ako sa billions na tayo, DSWD, the biggest, the widest sa kasaysayan ng bansa, social protection program, yung SAP sa atin binigay. Ganun tayo kagaling na execute natin nang walang mga ganung proseso ng social protection. Very traumatic nga lang, no? Pero ganun na nangyari. Imagine niyo kung gaano ka billion-billion yung social pension program na bigay natin sa indigent senior citizen. Land, building, napakalalaki. Alam niyo sa DSWD, ang daming mga mayayaman, mga milyonaryong Pilipino ang nagdo-donate ng lupa. Pero dahil yung proseso natin ng titling, hindi ganun ka-efficient, minsan nababawi yung mga dinonate na lupa para dahil naglalapse. So hindi natin napoprotektahan yung mga donation na yun, no? Yung mga buildings na may mga nag-squat sa ating mga sariling lupa, yung ating mga equipments na napakarami nating hassle laptop na bolt na bead na po-protect. Alam niyo yung region na ilang hassle laptop yung nanakaw? 30 hassle laptop ang nanakaw. Sino daw yung nagnakaw? Mga staff ba? Hindi, yung mga security guard mismo ang nagnakaw sa ating isang region ng mga laptops, bulto-bultong laptops ang nanakaw, no? Nag-entrapment pa sa SM. So, then organizational. So, yung asset natin, kailangan natin protektahan ang ating mga leaders. Kailangan natin protektahan ang ating mga strategy, yung ating mga knowledge. Alam niyo ba kung gaano mahal ang isang week-long training? Kalahating milyon. Pag week-long training tayo, pag mag-in-house sa hotel, kalahating milyon yan. Magpapatraining tayo, mag-hire tayo ng mga subject matter expert. Pero, ang dami din nagre-resign sa DSWD, mahahabol pa ba natin yung na-invest natin ng bilyon-bilyon doon sa kanila? Hindi na natin naprotektahan, hindi natin na-capture yung kanilang knowledge. That's why si ISO nire-require na lahat ay ma-document. Hindi naman lahat na sobrang obsessed tayo sa all processes, pero napaka-importante ng documentation para anytime na may mawala, mabilis mag-onboard. Systems, processes, yan yung mga assets. Doon sa tumutuloy na lalaki kanina, ano ang dapat gawin sa asset? Protektahan. So ano ang posibleng mangyari sa kanila? Pwedeng katulad sa 1,600 LGUs, gawa tayo ng MOA, pero wala namang ngipin ang MOA pag hindi sumunod si LGU, yung supply side ng mga health clinic, hindi na-address yung objective ng pantawid kasi hindi ginagawa ng LGU yung kanilang ambag. Nasa-short tayo sa ating mga targets pero hindi naman nagko-comply sa MOA ang ating mga LGU. Anong gagawin natin? Lack of leadership, unclear or obsolete na strategy, lack of resiliency, lack of institutional learning. Kapag hindi natin nare-retain yung mga magagaling, napipirata ng ibang organization, that's a risk. Illegal acts, poor knowledge sharing, obsolete system. Ilan lang yung IS natin? 40, 50 IS, pero ilan lang ba yung gumagana? Ilang IS lang ang ginagamit mo? HRMIS, ano pa? Marami tayong IS na milyon-milyon ang cost, pero hindi naman natin, meron tayong social pension IS, ginagamit ba natin? Hindi, kasi pwede naman palang email yung Excel file. So, wala ring silbi yung mga IS. So, ganun ang nangyayari sa organization. Sayang yung effort, sayang yung pera. Poor economic, unacceptable losses, unauthorized use, inefficient use. So, doon sa 71 centers natin, marami tayo doon ng mga nasa loob ng center na nag-aaral. So, umattend sila ng mga seminar ng TESDA. So, kailangan nila ng service vehicle. Pero ang ginawa natin ay namudmud tayo ng mga ambulansya sa center. So, hindi naman nila magagamit. Ang kailangan nila ay service vehicle para yung Muslim nating mga kliyente ay makapunta sa kanilang worship place during sacred day nila, or pag dadali natin sa community yung mga taga-residential center, kailangan natin ng service vehicle. Pero ang ginawa natin, namigay tayo ng mga ambulansya. So bawal mo namang gamitin yung ambulansya. Ang iba nilalagyan ng tape para magamit sa payout. Meron tayong mga yung donation na pang dentist. So binabaklas natin para magamit for payout, tapos kapag may inspection, ibabalik uli yung mga components nung moving bus for dentistry, parang ganon. So again, kapag naging magaling na ang DSWD, siguro gumagaling na tayo kasi 10th year na natin. Magiging second nature na natin ang prediction, ang projection, ang pag-scenario build, ang pag-explore. So ganun dapat future, yung sinasabi ni Neda na futuring, na parang hindi natin nagawa ngayong pandemic. Parang na-caught off guard ang lahat. Pero lahat naman ay planner. So kapag marunong na tayo na may risk-based thinking na, mas maayos na yung paggamit natin ng mga portfolio. Given the limited time, limited resources, ano lang ipa-prioritize natin na mga programa at mga efforts at mga initiatives. Sabi ni Secretary, last 2019, all heads of offices in the DSWD Central Office and Field Office are hereby directed to establish an ISO-aligned quality management system. So dahil ang gagamitin na ISO-aligned ay ISO 9001-2015 version, hindi na preventive action, risk management na ang lens. So dapat lahat ay meron ng conscious na risk-based thinking. So ito yung paulit-ulit na sinasabi ni Sir Ben, yung 9001 at 2015 version ay risk and opportunities ang focus. So makikita ninyo yan doon sa laman ng document. Paulit-ulit sila. Maririndi kayo sa pag-mention ng risk at risk-based thinking doon sa ISO 9001-2015. So nasaan ang risk? So may risk sa strategy, sa tactics at sa operations. May risk sa yun nga, yung sa hazard at sa financial. Yung sa log frame, sa input, sa activity, sa output, sa outcome objective, sa impact objective, may mga risk yan. Kailan dapat mag-identify ng risk at kailan magkaroon ng risk treatment? Na-imagine nyo, kailan ba dapat nagre-risk management, nagre-risk treatment workshop? During January ba? During July ba? During September ba? Kailan dapat nagre-risk treatment planning workshop? So, again, parang wag mag-crisis management, kaya tayo nagre-risk management. Kasi pag crisis management, nangyari na, sumabog na. Magpe-pretend na lang tayo, magja-justify na lang tayo, magpe-presscon na lang tayo, kakamot na lang tayo ng ulo. Ang risk management ay desk work. Na mag-workshop kayo, mamimigay lang kayo ng C2 at ng palabok, kakain kayo, magpaplano kayo for 3 days, for 1 week. Pag-uusapan nyo ano ang possible na risk at mga vulnerability sa quality ng existing internal controls. So it's a planning process, it's a planning document, yung risk treatment plan. So ginagawa natin yan sa umpisa, hindi sa kapag may nangyari na tsaka tayo gagawa ng risk treatment or risk intervention. So again, it's a planning process. So even sa ating sequence, so from SWOT analysis, doon ka makakagawa ng objective. At doon sa iyong objective, sa hierarchy ng iyong objective, merong assumption, yun usually yung risk, kasi yun yung threats, at yun yung external na posibleng mag-affect ng loob mo ng control, ng internal control. At kung paano natin i-operationalize sa ating corporate plan, sa operational plan, at popondohan, ilalagay sa PPMP, sa WFP. So sino ang risk owner or risk accountable? Sino ang risk responsible? Si secretary ba? Si RMO ba? Si IAS ba? Si NAMAA ba? Ang risk owner? Sino ang risk responsible? Si DC ba? Si supervisor ba? Nawala yung slide. So sino, technically, sino ang may kakayang mag-address, maggamot, mag-conduct ng intervention para ma-tweak yung existing quality ng internal control? Sila ang mga risk responsible. Pwedeng sila yung naapektuhan, pero hindi lahat na naapektuhan ay may kakayang baguhin ang kanilang yung vulnerability. may mga may accountable na office for that or a position. So how? Ang ginagamit natin ay yung sa ISO 31,000 2018 version. So ito na yung 2018 version na may scope, context, criteria. Tapos doon tayo magpo-proceed sa risk assessment. May 3 process. So risk assessment, yung risk identification. After ng risk identification, magre-risk analysis. After ng risk analysis, risk evaluation. After ng risk treatment, then magkakaroon ng recording and reporting, tapos magkakaroon ng monitoring and review. So continuous, habang nag-identify ng scope, nag-identify ng context at ng criteria, continuous ang consultation and communication. Continuous ang, during the risk assessment and risk analysis, continuous ang communication and consultation. So part ng implementation, ang communication and consultation. So yung mga previous na technical assistance, ang SWOT analysis na ginagamit ng maraming organization ay in-improve pa natin yung strength at weakness. Yung pangloob ay hinimay pa natin into 7S McKinsey, kung saan ano ba yung strategy ng organization, ano yung mga system, communication system, IS, allocation, monitoring system, budgeting system, ano yung mga structure, ano yung mga units, ano ang mga bureaus, ano ang mga sections, paano natin dinesign ng ating organization. At ito ba ay process approach, ito ba ay product approach, ang staff, ano ang demographic ng mga staff natin. DSWD, dapat ba mga kababaihan? DSWD, dapat ba ay social worker? Skills, ano ang competency? Dapat marunong bang mag-case management? Napakalaki ng portfolio natin. Actually, maraming social worker, registered social worker, hindi naman na sila nag-social case management. Pero napakalaki ng problema natin sa bulk ng case management folder ng ating mga sa pantawid. Shared values, what we value, ano ang mga principles at pinangangalagaan natin. Kunwari sa hiring, mas importante yung matagal na kaysa competent. Kaya mapapansin mo dun sa isang region, ang dami sa kanilang na-promote at naging division chief at naging section head. Pero fly by night yung pinagkuhanan ng mga kanilang diploma. Ang taas ng risk na yun sa region nyo. Alam nyo yan kung kanino kayo. Yung style of leadership, motherly ba dapat? Dapat ba parang nanay, aarugain, uuyukan? Dapat ba militaristic? Dapat follower? Dapat ano ka? Foot soldier ka ba? Anong style of leadership? Then ano ang panglabas? Mas importante masimulan natin yung external context muna bago pag-usapan ng sa loob. For you to assess your internal control, dapat i-contextualize mo muna sa labas kung ano ang political, economic, social, technological, legal, ethical, environmental. So again, from that, magkakaroon ka ng risk assessment, again, risk identification, analysis, and evaluation. Sa risk identification, again, pwede mong gamitin yung PESEL para customize pa ang yung SWOT analysis. So ano yung context na pinagbawal yung downloading of fund? Ang tagal natin in-establish yung relationship natin sa LGU, pero pinatigil yung downloading of fund. So ang hirap sa atin, no? Paano na-impluwensyahan nun yung ating targets dun sa ating objective? Program design. Halimbawa, inflation. Napakaganda na ng social pension design 10 years ago, pero adequate ba siya na na-address yung kanyang medical needs, si indigent? May inflation. Tama bang 500 pesos per month? Socio-cultural. Ang taas ng rape cases sa Cordillera, pero napaka-powerful ng mga tribes. So, ang daming nahihilot. So, ang problema, hindi nabibigyan ng scientific assistance dun sa perpetrator or dun sa ating kliyente at doon sa naging biktima. So may mga ganitong socio-cultural context. Technological, ito yung dahil yung 71 centers natin ay ang lalaki ng kurtina, ginawang industrial ang mga washing machine. Ang daming mga beds, bed covers at kumot at ang daming pinapakain. So industrial kitchen. Ang problema, part ng modules nila ay matuto ng household chores. Paano pagbalik nila sa kanilang bahay, wala namang pinipindot dito kasi ditungga. So, defeat ang purpose na ma-rehabilitate sila at maging effective na sila pagbalik nila sa kanilang household. Or legal, yung 3720 na pwede tayong mareklamo at pwedeng mahabla at matanggal at mawala yung pension kapag hindi sumunod sa 3720. Or environmental, dahil sa climate change, by 2030, 50% tataas ang acidity ng dagat. Ang daming fisher folks, dependent sa agriculture, sa fishing, ang mga Pilipino. Paano kapag tumaas ang acidity? So ang mangyayari niyan, dadami ang dependence ating AIX. So dati ganito yung ating pagkaka-state. Then mag-a-analyze tayo ng mga internal control. Siguro i-discuss ko na lang ito mamaya. Ano mga sinasabing control natin? May mga directive, may mga preventive, may mga detective, may mga corrective na control. Then magre-risk evaluation tayo. So gumagamit tayo ng mga skill, may mga score. So hindi lahat kayang i-address. So may rating na 1 to 5 para sa likelihood. Anong chance na mangyari siya in 1 year, in 2 years? Anong coverage ng risk treatment plan ninyo? At ano naman yung impact, yung effect, yung consequence? So tolerable ba siya? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, catastrophic ba siya? Very high ba? So may mamamatay ba? O masisira ba? So that's our table of consequence. So ang ating ginagamit ng scoring ay likelihood times consequence. Hindi na yung likelihood plus consequence divided by 2. So hindi na natin itutuloy yung formulas IMP at sa dating RTP ng HPMES. Then, ito yung kakalabasan kapag multiplication. Kaya mapapansin nyo, walang number 7. So kapag yellow, not significant ang product. Kapag red, kapag 8 to 9, 10 to 15, 16 to 25, yun yung bibigyan nyo ng treatment. So ano ang treatment? So let's redesign. Paano natin iti-treat? Babaguhin ang frequency, ang duration, ibahin ang demographic ng participants, aayusin ang allocation, magbabawas ng materials, aayusin ang duration ng pre-work, isi-switch ang method, dadagdagan, babawasan ang agenda. So yun yung ating mga intervention or mga treatment. So mali yatang slide ito. Time check, it's already It's already 11:58. Siguro, I believe okay na tong aking presentation yun. Question, then thank you. Marami pong salamat. Back to you, Miss Donna.
Thank you, Sir Louie. Ayan. Opo. Ang galing ni Sir Louie. Tinapos niya talaga yung presentation niya on time. Yay! Thank you po. So, time check, it's 11:58 a.m. We will have our lunch break po muna at 12 noon until 1 p.m. And then at 1 p.m. po, we will be back dito sa ating Zoom link para naman po sa pag-fill out ng ating forms. Si Sir Louie po ulit ay i-guide niya po tayo on how we can fill up yung ating mga ORTP and ROR forms. So, Kumusta naman po tayo? Okay pa ba? Tayo ba ay naliwanagan sa konsepto ng risk sa DSWD at dun sa ating SOP? So we hope na marami po kayong na-pick up at nagkaroon tayo ng mas better na understanding on risk management and risk assessment po. So ayun po, thank you ulit po Sir Louie and Sir Ben sa ating mga resource persons for the discussions this morning. So sige po, we will have our lunch break and then later on, babalik tayo para dun sa ating pag-fill out ng form. So, happy lunch po. Balik po tayo ng 1 p.m. So, sa mga nasa field office at sa mga nasa central office, naka-work from home, naka-skeletal, sana na-enjoy niyo po ang inyong lunch for this day. Salamat po and we'll see you later po. Hello, hello. Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Time check, it's 1 p.m. So, tapos na po ang ating lunch break. So, I hope na masarap po ang inyong tanghalian. Ayan, sige po. So, let's have a quick recap, no? Dun sa mga napag-usapan or na-discuss kanina or this morning, no? So, habang hinihintay natin yung ating mga kasamahan na makabalik or makapag-login sa ating Zoom link at sa mga kasamahan po natin na nasa YouTube na nakaantabay po sa atin. So, quick recap lang, no? So, kaninang umaga, nag-discuss po si Ben at pinresent niya sa atin yung step-by-step process ng ating standard operating procedure for the risk and opportunity management. And then after that, si Sir Louie naman po, diniscuss naman niya sa atin yung risk management sa DSWD at what is risk in the DSWD context and how we do it. No? So this afternoon, tuturuan naman tayo ni Sir Louie on how to fill out the forms. Pero bago po ang lahat, I hope na masarap yung inyong tanghalian, no? So, pwede bang makapagbukas tayo saglit ng ating mga camera? Sabi ni Sir Dan, oo daw, masarap daw yung kanyang tanghalian. Sana all, Sir Dan. Yan. Bukas naman po tayo ng ating camera, no? Para very quick lang na mabuhayan tayo ng dugo kasi medyo mabigat yung ating discussions kanina. Ayan, may nakikita na ako mga nag-open ng camera. Sa mga nasa opisina, nasa bahay. Ayan. Sige po. Hinihintay ko pong magbukas ng camera ang mga kasamahan natin. Ayan, ang ganda. Nakikita ko po na ginagamit natin yung ating Zoom background. Sige po. So kahit nakaupo, let's have a quick exercise para mabuhayan tayo ng dugo. So let's shake our hands first. A few seconds lang. Sana may gumagaya sa akin kasi hindi ko nakikita. Ayan. So shake our hands first. Sa mga kasamahan sa dito sa ating Zoom. So ayan, sige. So shake our hands. Tapos stretch tayong konti. So, ganito and then forward. Ayan. So, stretch tayong konti para, yan. Tapos, upward. Yan. And then, sides. So, gusto nyo mag-bend, yan, para ma-stretch ang ating mga likod, no? Kasi, for half a day, nakaupo na tayo at uupo ulit tayo ng matagal-tagal sa harap ng ating mga laptop. Ayan, so stretch lang konti. Ayan, nakikita ko may mga gumagawa naman. Ayan, nabuhayan po ba tayo ng dugo? Kasi marami pa tayong discussion at sigurado maraming magiging tanong while we are discussing, no? So, ayan, mukhang nabuhayan tayo ng dugo. So si Sir Louie, sabi niya, pabababain daw niya yung kinain natin kasi tuturuan niya tayo how to fill up our RTP and ROR forms. So, Sir Louie, ready na po ba tayo to discuss?
Yes, Donna, magpuproceed ako doon, pero para lang may justice yung at gawan ng maayos na closure yung discussion at lecture kanina, magpapalabas ako ng video and uulitin ko yung closing para lang Okay lang ba? Mabilis lang naman yan.
Yes, sir. Okay na okay po.
So sana yung 430 ay legit na nakikinig, 439 sa room. So I know it's Friday, but naniniwala ako na it's a sign, inadya na kayo ang umattend ng session na to at through you, magkakaroon ng legitimate at sustainable na pag-institutionalize ng ating technology. So, sino ba ang responsible sa pag-implement ng risk management? So again, ang sinasabi natin, sabi ng consultant, sino ba ang masasaktan o sino ang makakapaglunas? So technically, sino ang makakapaglunas? Who can control? Who can influence the quality of the existing mitigating control or existing control? So dapat yun ang isipin natin. Pero ang pinakaiba nga ng enterprise risk management sa dating finance risk, hazard risk na mga specialist lang ang ang required at mga ad hoc lang at mga patagupa, sinasabi sa enterprise na lahat tayo ay expected na magkaroon ng risk-based thinking. Lahat tayo expected na makapacitate at maging familiar para hindi tayo makaramdam na tayo ay hinahanapan ng mali, kundi ma-appreciate natin na ang gusto ng mga ng mismong technology ay mapagaling pa tayo. So, hindi para maparanoid tayo dahil meron ng marunong ng risk at mahuli nila tayo na hindi tayo nagko-comply, hindi tayo nagbabiometrics o nalilate tayo or may mga hindi tayo na bibigay na tamang mga proseso. So, sino? So again, familiar ba kayo sa picture na to? This was 2015, RMDC ng FO9. So lahat, again, usually kalahating milyon ang capacity building kapag week-long ang mga training natin sa risk management kasi napakahaba ng form, napaka-complex ng mga technical terms, may computation pa. So again, September pa, nagkakascade na kami. 2012 yung technology, pero nag-reintroduce kami nung risk management nung sa 2014 version natin. Ito, RMDC. Same slide. Yung pa rin yun. Hanggang sa AIM, ang dami nating mga series ng malalaking activities sa AIM at mga powerful, mga icons ng risk management ang naging mga resource person natin. At meron din tayong attempts kung paano na mainstream ang risk management through our monitoring evaluation technical working group. So mapapansin nyo ang style ng TA ko, meron pa akong mga infographic at mga printed sa bintana. So ganun ka ang ating pagtuturo ng mga panahon na yun. No? So sina Sir Lucky nandun na, sina Sir Ramil. Muli, next year, September 2016, FO9, RMDC din, expanded RMDC. Ang dami-dami namin doon, inulit-uli yung risk management. No? Calabarzon, RMDC 2016. So lahat po ay nakapacitate, nabigyan ng attempt na makapacitate. So again, i-revisit natin yung mga, nandito sina Sir Don, Social Technology Bureau, ang OPG Promotive, nagpa-recertify noong 2018 ng FO Caraga, kaya ako yung pinatawag. So ilang araw kami na gawa ng risk treatment plan ng region at with our assistance, nakapag-comply sila at na-recertify ang Caraga. So wala dito yung Luzon cluster, pero yung Visayas and Mindanao cluster, may picture ako. Sa Cebu natin to ginawa. Ilang araw din tayo. Lahat ng MAA magkakasama tayo sa Palawan. Pinag-usapan din natin ang internal controls, ang risk management, ang paggawa ng IMP at paggawa ng RTP. FO5, July 2019. Sobrang dami natin that time. Ilang araw tayong gumawa ng restatement plan. Imagine nyo kung gaano kami karami, siksikan kami that time, FONCR. Hindi, ito pala ay FO2. Ang dami din natin noon, no? Wala ako nung mas maraming group. NHTO. So, nakakalungkot na ang sinabi natin sa auditor ay walang risk management sa DSWD, samantalang may mga evidences tayo, no, na 10 taon na siya at meron tayong template. So siguro i-revisit na lang natin yung ating mga lumang so ang mangyayari ngayon, instead na mag-start from scratch, ang ating technical terms mula sa speech ni ASEC ni Wani ay i-migrate yung mga dati nating nagawa at this time i-harmonize natin yung IMP dahil somewhat yun din naman yung process at objective. At nagkaroon pa tayo last year, September 2020, remember? May consultant din tayo dyan. Nandyan din kayo. Pero ang frustrating sa part ko, dahil ang gusto natin nga ay maging conscious sa mga tao sa stakeholder at mabigyan ng tamang service si customer. Pero wala tayong mga operations manual. Wala tayong mga documentation. So, 70 years old na yung organization, pero puro kutob, puro expertise na sa isip lang. So, ang problema kapag nag-retire, yung idea, yung wisdom, nasa kanya lang. Nawawala, nagbaback from zero, nag-start from scratch uli. So nadadala niya yung sa halip na magawa, ma-convert into policy, yung good practice ay maging ma-institutionalize at ma-expand at maging reference ng iba, wala, hindi na-document. So yun yung very frustrating. So para sa akin, ang hirap i-momentum ng risk management sa department. Kaya naisipan ko mag-enroll ako ng Yellow Six Sigma, Green Six Sigma hanggang sa mag-Black Six Sigma ako para magkaroon tayo ng flow charting at business process mapping. So sa lahat ng RMDC, maaalala ninyo, nagtuturo na ako ng flow charting. Sa Region 9, sa Region 12, Region 11, sa Region 8, sa Region 1. Ilan na nagawa nating maps ng Region 1? 42 maps. Kaya, ito yung ginamit natin at dinistribute natin sa 15 regions para maging reference. So, gumagapang pa sila nun sa ganun kadami yung maps na nagawa nung. At dahil dun sa nagawa natin nun sa FO1, naging na-certify ng ISO ang FO1. Hanggang sa dito sa OBS. Ako din po yung nagano ng mga operations manual. Even sa mga LSWDO natin. Sa FMS. At sa marami pang iba. So, sana ang request ko ay para ma-sustain yung ating mga seed na naitanim, ay i-revisit natin yung mga dahil nawala din kasi ako, nalipat po kasi ako ng ibang office. So ngayong bumabalik po ako, sana i-revisit po natin yung mga nasimulan natin dati para hindi na po tayo mahirapan sa pag-comply. So nalulungkot ako na may mga nagre-request ng extension, samantalang marami na tayong nasimulan na doon sa paggawa ng document. So sa establishing context, again, pwede kayong kailangan maging guidance yung SWOT para mas maayos yung identification. So makikita ninyo, ganito yung mga original na columns ng mga original na template. So cause and effect, ano yung risk. Tapos nag-reinvent tayo, risk category instead na risk name. So environmental risk, operational risk. So ipinasok natin yung mismong risk doon sa risk description. So ganito po yung naging journey ng DSWD sa pag-update ng mga templates. Pero sa QMT approved template, ganito na po ang sample natin. So sa first set, ang tawag sa kanya ay risk identification. Meron pong bago pala ako mag-proceed dito, no? Ang sequence natin, kailangan mo na mag-present ng sample SWOT, template at sample na registry ng stakeholders. So stop ko muna tong presentation na to at magpapanood ako ng video. Ayan. Ano po nakikita ninyo?
Nakatagilid na DSWD logo.
Sige. Wala.
Sir, pwede mo siguro share sa amin yung link. Try namin dito. Sir Louie, walang audio.
Walang audio?
Wala po.
Ano nga ano dito? Save. Meron na? May narinig kayo?
Kapag, sir, kinlik mo yung share screen, merong maliit na ano sa baba na share sound. Dapat itik rin yun para pati yung sound ng computer mo po ma-share.
Paano?
Stop share po muna.
Sige.
Tama ba?
Tapos?
Okay. Tapos share screen. Tapos sa baba,
Yun, share sound. Nakita ko na pala.
Ayan. Okay po.
Meron na?
Yes po.
Change. It's constant. It's challenging. And navigating through change requires a great deal of resilience. Being proactive instead of reactive. Minimizing losses and maximizing returns. Making quick yet analytical decisions. A decade ago, these were handled by insurance brokers and risk managers using traditional strategies with limited budgets. But today, risk management is not just restricted to insurance and finance. It has evolved into enterprise risk management, which covers enhanced decision-making skills necessary to navigate through risks and challenges across departments. Previously, companies have survived crises because their CEOs and risk managers worked strategically together. thus heightening corporate and regulatory attention towards ERM. The focus is now on responses instead of reactions.
What is risk management? Risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. Risk management is one of the key components of an organization's overall governance framework. Managing risk assists organizations in setting strategy, achieving objectives, and making informed decisions. Taking risks is fundamental to an organization making profits and a non-for-profit delivering on its strategy. Innovation is risk. Growth is risk. And avoidance of risk poses a threat to the future of the organization. So doing nothing is probably the greatest risk in a dynamic external environment. Management needs to consider the risk of not taking a risk or not making a decision. Recognizing and managing risk is a crucial part of the role of the board and management. Oversight of risk management is the responsibility of the board. They should review and approve the risk management policies and framework on a regular basis. In this way, the board decides on the nature and extent of the risks it is prepared to take in order to meet its objectives. Management is responsible for developing and implementing the risk management framework and its internal controls. The approach to risk will vary across organizations, but a risk management framework should document risk tolerance, the levels of risk-taking that are acceptable in order to achieve a specific objective or manage a category of risk. Risk appetite, the level of risk the organization is willing to assume, ensuring that the board, management, and staff all understand the scope for risk when making decisions, and the type of risks that the organization is attempting to avoid, mitigate, transfer, or accept. There are different types of risk: strategic risk, operational risk, emerging and people risk, and compliance risk. Common tools used in the identification and management of risks include the risk management process, risk management policies and procedures, risk and control self-assessment, risk matrix, scenario planning, and loss event database. The risk management process is iterative, which means that it is a process of monitoring, reviewing, and focusing on continuous improvement. Developing a risk culture means creating a workplace where staff has the confidence to ask questions and to challenge assumptions about the way that business is conducted. Our vision
Sana may naka-capture at na-recap din yung discussion kaninang umaga para mas connect uli kayo ngayon sa walkthrough. So this time, magpo-proceed na ako sa uh, pagpapakita, walkthrough ng 4 na forms. So yung sample na nakalagay sa reference material folder natin, i-flash ko lang. So ito siya. Again, yung sa Koto na dating na i-submit natin, 4 columns siya, pero ito ay 3 columns na lang. So again, malinaw na ang principle, dun sa 7 principles ng ISO ay customer focus. Laging conscious sa people, laging conscious sa stakeholder. So, ang design nitong template, nitong form, may 3 siyang column. Kailangan conscious kayo dahil nga maalala ninyo, nahihirapan tayo for 10 years na gumawa ng risk management, risk treatment plan kasi wala tayong conscious o listahan ng ating mga stakeholder. So this time, i-require tayo na mag-submit, magkaroon ng inventory ng mga interested parties. So yung first column, siya yung client, siya yung kailangan natin i-satisfy, may kailangan siya sa atin. So either internal or external. Tapos yung second column, ito naman yung ina-expect niya sa atin. So ano ang expectation niya sa atin? Yung quality ng training and development, ang employee kailangan ng job security, ang employee kailangan ng on-time release of salaries and benefit. Si top management, ang kailangan niya implementation of programs, projects, and activities. So, sino ang responsible person? So, ang maganda dito dahil nagkaroon na tayo ng initiative na magkaroon ng mga operations manual at mga flowchart, maalala niyo sa mga flowchart, bago tayo gumawa ng flowchart, ano muna yung ginawa natin? Gumawa muna tayo ng SIPOC or CPOC, yung higher level map. Doon sa SIPOC, sasabihin kung sino ang supplier, input, process, output, at customer. So dahil nakapag-create na tayo ng mga SIPOC ng ating mga processes, malinaw na sa atin kung ano ang mga process at sino ang gagamit ng mga output natin, sino mga customer natin, at sino ang panggagalingan ng ating mga supply, sino ang mga supplier natin. So with that, naayos natin ang ating mga flowchart. Naalala niyo yung mga cross-functional, cross-sectional flowchart na merong heading sa taas at sa gilid. So mas malinaw kung saan mapupunta yung activity. So ganun din yung objective. Ganun din kapag na-appreciate nyo ang SIPOC at na-appreciate nyo yung cross-sectional flowchart ng mga nagawa natin sa business process mapping workshop, this time, madali nyo na ito masasagutan. Kasi ang first column ay sa internal or external client. Second column, ano ang kailangan niya sa atin. Ang third ay sino yung accountable, sino ang kailangan mag-deliver noon. So yun lang naman ito. So para mas malinaw na ma-identify yung objective, mag-guide tayo at mag-guide tayo dun sa pag-assess sa analysis ng quality ng existing mga controls for us to deliver the quality outputs na nakalagay sa column 2. Kung kailangan bang i-capacitate, bigyan ng additional training, ipadala sa external training, si responsible unit or responsible person sa third column. Or kailangan nyo bang mag-lobby mag-position paper para magbago ang stand ni COA, ni CSC. Kailangan yung umapil. Paano nyo, sa stakeholder mapping, napaka-importante no na alam nyo kung ano ang mga needs at kailangan yung maghagel, manligaw o gapangin si external or internal na clients. So merong mga tactics at approaches. So may tanong po ba tayo sa registry of stakeholders? Again, pwede nyo maging reference sa yung mga SIPO or cross-sectional flowchart. At ang inyong customer satisfaction survey. Next, punta naman, so ito yung sa example ay yung sa PDPB. So ang kanilang registry of stakeholder ay ang internal client nila yung Execom. So si PDPB ay nagbibigay ng technical and evidence-based recommendations. So bukod sa technical guidance, nagbibigay din sila ng tangible na updated data, statistics. So kasama din yung mga technical reports, yung pag-print ng mga policy notes, pag-print ng mga briefers, statistical bulletins, kapag nagkakaroon ng mga Senate hearing. So then technical assistance mismo on the protocols along policies and plans. So yun yung, then sino ang responsible doon? Lahat sila. So ganun po ang paggawa ng registry of stakeholder. Ang magdedetermine po ay yung first column. Doon, hindi sa perspective ni office or ni unit, kundi sa perspective ni first column, ni stakeholder o ni client. Kasi satisfaction niya ang ating gustong ma-address. Fulfillment ng need. Next naman ay yung sa SWOT analysis. So ito din ay sa PDPB. So ito naman ay matagal na natin ginagamit. 4 boxes siya. Strength, weakness, ito ay internal. So pwede nyo magamit na yung sa presentation na 7S McKinsey para mas madaling ang enumeration. Meron kayong thematic. So that's internal. Then dun sa second set na box sa baba ay opportunities and threats. Ito naman ay mga external. Hindi mo kayang kontrolin pero pwede mong impluwensyahan. So again, ang mga pangyayari at assessment, ang logic ay magsisimula muna sa pag-assess ng opportunities and threats, then tsaka ka pupunta sa loob, papasok sa strength at weakness mo. Kaya mo ba yung threat sa labas? Kaya mo ba yung expectation ni oversight? Madideliver mo ba yung request nung nasa labas? O how will you complement yung guidance ni nasa labas? So, laging ganon ang pag-check. When you're done with your assessment of your opportunities and threats, that's the time ka makakapagkaroon ng customized assessment ng strengths and weaknesses. At pag na-combine mo na yun, dun mo mako-customize ang iyong objective statement. May tanong po ba tayo? So kung wala na, pupunta na ako sa presentation doon sa sample na risk treatment. Ay, hindi ko na-present yung summary of changes. So, regular dapat siyang na-update. Hindi dapat. May nagbabago kasi yung context. So, nagbabago ang political, environmental, socio-cultural, technological. So, nagbabago ang opportunities at threats sa labas. And nababawasan ka ng staff, nagkakaroon ng rigudon, may napopromote, may nababakate na babakante sa loob, merong mga nag-retire. So, nagbabago din ang strength at weakness mo sa loob. So dapat ina-update nyo yon. Actually, sabi ni sa Chico, ang tanong niya ay, Sir, on the column ng responsible persons, unit office, po lang. Kaya nga nakalagay doon ay in charge. So you can put unit, pwedeng person. Hindi siya in charge office or in charge person. So again, we are expected, dahil regular tayo nagko-context setting, nagko-context analysis, kailangan nating ma-update yung strength, yung threats and opportunities, and to check din yung internal, yung strength at weaknesses. Yes, specific person. Kasi ang pinakita kong presentation ay sa department. So as a national agency, yun po yung pinakita natin sa auditor. Pero sa context ng isang unit or ng isang bureau or ng isang office, pwede nyo pong ilagay doon na in charge, kasi in charge person or in charge office or in charge TWG. Kunwari meron kayong R2, so sila yon, or inter-office na TWG, sila yon. So yung may mga focal. Yes, technically yun naman nga, kasi mamaya ipapaliwanag ko kung bakit mas kailangan na mas specific. So kung wala nang tanong, punta na ako sa presentation. Wala yung presentation. Wait lang po. So again, ang nakasanayan nating mga templates before ay ganito. So may process, may risk, tapos may cause and effect. So example, payrolling services, ang risk ay overpaid, underpaid salaries. Ang cause and effect, possible discrepancies in the entries online submitted and the original DTRs resulting to overpayment and or underpayment of salaries. So procurement process, ang risk ay violation of RA 9184, ang cause and effect, possible violation of procurement law which leads to disallowances. So ito po yung kinasanayan natin. Tapos this time naman, meron naman tayo na instead na risk name ay risk category, instead na process ay objective naman. Objective ay food and non-food items availability ensured. Then anong category yon? Merong technological risk, environmental risk, operational risk. So ano yung risk description? Pinumpleto yung tatlo. So continuous production due to increasing demand for relief goods during rainy season may cause breakdown of mechanized production system resulting to serious disruption to disaster operations. So technically, ang issue ay, again, ano yung kulay red? So kung anong kulay red, tungkol siya sa mechanized production system. So siya ay technological risk. Then, ang 7.2 magnitude earthquake yung may cause collapse of major warehouse facilities resulting to inability to produce relief goods for disaster operations. So ano yung ang ano naman dito ay environmental risk. Delays in procurement of raw materials for relief production may cause shortage in the supply of raw materials for relief production resulting to prolonged delay in the delivery of relief goods in disaster-affected areas. So ito ay operational risk. So ganyan yung mga dati natin ginagawa. Pero sa the official DSWD QMS GF 021 to 23 risk procedure forms o yung tinatawag na risk treatment plan, yung kulay blue, yung risk identification, so magsisimula siya sa number, tapos ang first column 1 ay tungkol sa process, kinumbine ng lahat. So it's process, activity, procedure, project, or program. Then, doon sa number 2, ano yung output or objective? So requirements, o expected output, desired result, or success indicators. So ang nilagay natin dyan ay, tapos yung third column naman ay risk. So kung doon sa i-migrate natin, yung dati na natin nagawa, again, meron na tayong nagawa, i-migrate na lang natin sa bagong official form. So relief production, tapos ang sa 2 ay food and non-food relief goods, availability ensured. Ang risk naman ay breakdown of mechanized production system. So ganoon naman din yung sa number 2. Same pa rin, relief production. Ang requirements ay food and non-food relief goods availability ensured. Ang risk ay shortage in the supply of raw materials for relief production. So ganoon na po yung bagong sequence. Next naman ay proceed na tayo sa second phase ng risk assessment. Ang tawag dito ay risk analysis. So sa risk analysis, ang focus ay yung internal control. Paulit-ulit natin sinasabi na risk management is about internal control. Internal control is a process for assuring of an organization's objectives in operational effectiveness and efficiency, reliable financial reporting and compliance with laws, regulations, and policies. So bakit nag-exist ang inyong organization at paano siya masusustain? Kailangan meron siyang mga policy, procedure, protocol sa loob. Bakit kailangan maglupang hinirang, attend ng flag ceremony, bakit kailangan mag-recite, bakit kailangan submit ng mga form, bakit kailangan mag-check ng attendance. So yun yung mga internal control. Bakit kailangan ng mga assessment or report, bakit kailangan dumaan sa proseso ng bidding, bakit may guidelines on tardiness. So yan ang mga internal control. Systematic measures such as reviews, checks, and balances, methods, and procedures instituted by an organization to conduct its business in an orderly and efficient manner, safeguard its assets and resources, deter and detect errors, fraud, and theft, ensure accuracy and completeness of its accounting data, produce reliable and timely financial and management information, and ensure adherence to its policies and plans. So ano yung mga sample natin? Example ng directive control ay providing guidance on required behavior. So ito yung dapat na pwede lang sabihin sa pwedeng isuot. So meron tayong mga formal na kailangan suotin. Example, policies and procedures. Ano ang mga protocol, lalo na ngayong pandemic. So that's directive. Ano naman ang preventive? Deter non-compliance with directive control. So para hindi maging liability, so yung continuous na pagpapattern sa kanya ng training, training programs, o kaya naman ay penalty or reward system, incentive mechanism or accountability mechanism. So behavior modification kasi siya. So to deter, para wag mag-underperform hanggang sa maging obsolete na yung kanyang mga ambag, kailangan mo ng preventive measures. So ito yung preventive controls. Compensating, make up for a lack of controls elsewhere. So alternative or backup procedures. So hindi yun yung protocol pero nagko-compensate. Detective control, ito yung nagka-uncover ng violations of internal control procedures. Example ay yung mga random checks of compliance. Yung kakapkapan ka, bakit kailangan kapkapan pagpapasok ng building? That's detective. Corrective naman na internal control ay correct problems after discovery. Iko-correct. So training programs, kapag nakita na meron siyang alam pero hindi na updated, so kailangan i-correct, at yung mga accountability mechanism. So ito pa yung mga example. Deterrent, kung administrative, demotion, kung technical, violation report, kung physical, beware of dogs na signage. So ito ang ibig sabihin ng mga controls. Existing controls. Ang tatanungin kasi sa inyo, may existing controls ba? Hindi naman pwedeng randomly lalabas yung risk na yan. Established na organization natin, 70 years old na. So guidelines, ang dami na nating procedures. But you need to come up with an inventory of these existing internal controls and to check the quality of these controls. Kung sila ba ay present, kung present, adequate ba, appropriate ba, efficient ba, so or redundant or obsolete. So that's your task. So ito na yung itsura nung kanina, nadagdagan na yung kulay blue, ang risk analysis naman ay itong kulay yellow. So sa design ng mga gumawa nito, ang risk effect ay mauuna sa risk cost. So ideal logically, kung ako magde-design ito, mauna muna yung cost. So yun yung combination ng column 3, 4, and 5, yun yung tinatawag natin na risk description or risk statement. Then, ang last sa yellow ay ang current. So existing mitigating control. So wala ka pang binabago, ano lang yung right now ang meron. So nasusundan pa po. So next naman, yung pangatlong stage ng risk assessment, ang tawag dito ay risk evaluation. So we cannot manage what we cannot measure. So this time may dalawang scale, dalawang table of likelihood at table of consequence. So one, ang i-rating na ibibigay, not known to happen. So kunwari ang duration ng multi-year plan mo ay 2020 to 2025. So not known to happen sa loob ng 5 taon. So yung proven or completely mitigated by existing procedure and control. So bigyan mo ng 1. Very low on likelihood, bigyan mo ng 2. Known to happen, may happen up to one time per month, bigyan mo ng 3. Highly likely to happen, tingin mo more than once siya mangyayari sa loob ng isang buwan, bigyan mo ng 4. Very highly likely to happen, may happen more than 1 per week. So that's 5. Next naman na table ay table of consequence. So kung minimal ang impact sa customer, no legal complaint, compliant naman sa utilization rate, activity has no changes to the environment, a slight injury to the interested parties, bigyan mo ng very low. Kung may natisod, very low lang. So hindi mo pa babaklas yung hallway. Customer ay low impact din. May noticeable effect or verbal customer complaint, bigyan mo ng 2. 3, kapag moderate ang impact, may minor customer complaint. May written legal complaint or audit observation, bigyan mo na ng 3. May legal action with investigation or notice of disallowance. So ito ay bibigyan mo ng 4. Then may legal action with resolution, off target na kayo, more than 10% from utilization rate, bigyan mo ng 5. Then yun na, meron ka nang may establish na likelihood at consequence. Again, pareho lang siya, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So ang risk score natin ay likelihood score times consequence score. So ito na yung lalabas. So kung 4 siya, yellow. Kung 12 siya, B, red. Kung 3 times 2, so 6, so yellow. So yun po ang gagamitin natin na heat map. So again, be minded of the color coding sa heat map. So ito na yung example natin, yung ating gagamitin na na kapag ang nag-multiply at ang lumabas ay 1, 2, or 3, not significant. 4, 5, 6, acceptable yung risk without further action unless escalation of risk is possible. When applicable, improvement plan to be initiated within 6 to 12 months. Pag 8 to 9 naman ang sagot, risk relatively acceptable, action to be done if there are available resources. Kapag naman 10 to 15, kung kunwari 12 yan, unacceptable level of risk yan. Action B, second, the absence of grade A risk action. Project initiation within 3 to 6 months. Kapag naman 16 to 25, tolerable level ang risk. Activity operation should not proceed in current condition. Priority action, or project to be initiated within 1 to 3 months. So ito na yung sample na template. Tinuloy lang natin yung sa relief production. Ang consequence niya ay 4, ang likelihood niya ay 5. So 20 ang kanyang risk score. Ang ilalagay mo ba yes or no? Significant? Yes. Then tapos na tayo sa risk assessment. Proceed na tayo sa risk treatment. So ano key questions in developing risk response or treatment action plan? What are the most important risks that matters to our objectives? Number 2, do we have the capacity to address these risks? So required resources, right? Risk attitude. Sure. Number 3, what are our key strategies to manage these risks? Doon sa binasa ni Benjan, pwedeng daw treatment options na mag-avoid, transfer, reduce, accept. So combination of strategies. So hindi naman nakalagay na specific sa column. So ito yung possible na treatment. So nandito na yung treatment mo or recommended action, nilabel nila yun as opportunity, yung opposite ng risk. So anong pwedeng gawin na action ay cost-benefit analysis, study for possible outsourcing of relief goods, the implementation of volunteer management program. Ang responsible person, LMD division head, ang target implementation August 2020. Again, bakit August 2020? Kasi technically, imamigrate nyo lang yung mga 2019 IMP or 2020 IMP or 2019 HPMES RTP. Then, ang target completion ay October 2028. Ano mga resources? Ano yung financial resource, human resource, physical resource? Kailangan mo ba ng mag-conduct ng for training? So ano yun? Kailangan mo mag-hire ba ng 2 consultants? Magpagawa ng IS? So that's for the 15th column. Means of verification, so dapat makita yung activity proposal, yung study report, documentation report, at yung na-issued na policy. Yung communication naman ay yung conduct ng research and market study, yung consultation with key supplier and service provider. So parang ito, ang 17th column ay parang 11th column lang din, pero ang focus niya ay communication and consultation. Again, ang 17th column ay parang 11th column lang. Ang pinakaiba lang ay very specific sa communication. So, sino ang dapat mong involve para ma-address yung risk? So, bakit importante na maka-develop tayo ng Office Risk Treatment Plan? Again, ito magiging reference sa number 1, paggagawa na ng DPC or IPC. So, yung DPC or IPC ninyo, dito nyo kukunin sa number 11 and number 12. Diba? Pati yung deadline, yung sa QQT nyo. Then, ito din ang magiging best or one of the best documents na pwede maging reference ng inyong PPMP at WFP. Yung si resource needed, si 15th at si 16th. So again, kung gagawa kayo ng mga project proposal, gagawa kayo ng complan, so ito ay meron na sa inyong mga dating risk treatment plan or IMP. So, tapos na po tayo. So ganun din lang sa sa stop share na lang pala. May mga tanong po ba tayo? Wala na. Dahil dyan, dismissed. Paano natin ito? May mga tanong sa chat?
Hi Sir Louie. Yes po, may mga tanong sa chat. Would you like to answer these questions na po?
Again, para sa dahil tayo ay ang target natin as an organization ay magkaroon ng first audit ngayong third week ng October at second batch ng audit this November at magkaroon tayo ng official certification, ma-award yung certification ng ISO sa agency by December. Kailangan na ma-deliver at ma-officialize itong mga documents na mga forms na ito. So wala muna tayong time to accommodate yung mga recommendation, suggestion natin para i-tweak yung mismong design ng mga form. But ang expected sa atin ng secretariat ay yung mismo masubmit yung mga filled out form. So ano ang pinagkaiba ni RTP sa ROR? As si RTP dapat nagawa nyo na siya before, so ang mga date noon ay 2019, 2020 ng mga activities na kinumit nyo doon. Tapos ang i-update ninyo ay yung si ROR kung meron ba kayo na-implement nitong second SEM ng 2020 at first SEM ng 2021. Yun yung ilalagay nyo sa ROR, sa Risk and Opportunity Report. So again, ang ROR ay ang Progress Report or Implementation Monitoring Report ng RTP. So again, imamigrate nyo lang yung mga dati nyo nang nalagay sa IMP noong 2019, yung RTP nyo noong 2019 na natulog lang. Tapos ililipat nyo sa bagong RTP na approved ng QMT Chair. Then wag na nyo nang baguhin ang date. Ang date ay yung mga dati pa rin mga taon, ng mga date of activities. Tapos, ilalagay nyo na lang yung update doon sa ROR. So, so we can now start the open forum. Ms. Donna?
Hi Sir Louie, dito muna po tayo sa sa recent questions kasi meron daw pong clarification on the form. So sabi po ni Ms. Rebecca Ballesteros for column 17 on communication, will be clarified kung ano daw pa talaga ang content kasi mukhang may difference dun sa sample and then sa initial guide kanina na pinresent po during the presentation ng SOP.
Nakita ko yung ni Becca na mas more on ito ay memo or pag-notify doon sa mga magiging part ng mga treatment measures. So issuance of memo, pag-email sa mga risk treatment members o sa ka-team na unit. So, pwedeng ganon. Yes, of course, Ma'am Beck, definitely meron po talaga tayong legitimate na risk assessment, control assessment, a series of workshops na gagawin. But again, hindi po siya pwede ma-execute within these 3 days na lang. Meron po tayong very structured at ideal na process na i-conduct involving the EXECOM, the MANCOM, the CART, the QMT, the OSM, dahil strategic risk. Then from the strategic risk assessment, may magkakaroon ng process review, then magkakaroon tayo ng control assessment, then magkakaroon tayo ng risk treatment planning workshop. So yun po yung mga malalaking activities pa natin. Then again, ang mangyayari, during that time din mababago yung ating mga forms.
Thank you, Sir Louie. So, follow through po from Miss Becca. Ang sabi niya po, if we will take RM seriously, we should review our risk considering the pandemic, the Mandanas ruling, and others. So not only to transfer the RM plan to the new template, and they think daw po that we really need to conduct yung risk identification and risk assessment again. So yun
Yes,
po
yes.
ay, apo. So yun po ay
Yung sinagot ko din
follow through
kanina
from Miss
na
Becca.
again, ang nakalagay sa mock audit natin ay i-reflect yung yung frontline at non-frontline, yung yung 8 at yung 122. Then kung kaya nyo i-migrate from your previous IMP at RTP, of course, again ulitin ko, magkakaroon tayo ng agency strategic risk treatment planning workshop later para masunod yung original at ideal na nakalagay sa ating ERM framework.
Thank you, Sir Louie. From RGMO po, ang question nila, if bago daw po bang office, in the case of RGMO, RTP lang po ang kanilang ipapasa, and then a memo explaining na wala pa silang ROR since bago po ito lahat sa office. Tama daw po ba, sir?
Ang RGMO ay dating TAU, so hindi naman na siya bago. So hanapin niyo yung risk treatment plan ng TAU or IMP. IMP ng RGMO.
Okay po, sir. So, I think Ms. Joyme or Sir Joyme, sana nasagot pong inyong tanong. Si Sir Paul Jesse Cruz, sir, you can unmute your mic po if you have a question.
Go Paul, go Jesse. Asa na? Paul Jesse from FO3.
Sir Paul? Sir, sige. So, baka hindi pa makapag-unmute si Sir Paul. Permission to unmute daw po kasi the host is not allowing. Sige po, sir. We will give you permission to unmute yourself.
Marami nakapansin na magkaiba yung sa column 17. Let's be honest. Hindi ko pa din to alam. Hindi ko alam ano ang official. Again, hindi po ako involved sa nag-design. So ano ang wisdom? Sino ang mga na-involved doon sa ano po ang pinaka the best doon sa column number 17? Let's decide. Ito po ba yung sa communicating the activities lang? So writing a memo, sending email, regular na feedback. Pareho ng sinasabi si Ma'am Becca at sina Sir Ramil. Yan ang mga batikan din ng member ng PMET at CMET na naging focal din ng RM. So tulungan nyo kami dahil day 1 ko pa lang po ngayon.
Ayan. Sir Paul, can you unmute yourself na po?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Magandang hapon, Sir Louie. Dinig mo ba kami? Ako pa.
Yes, yes.
Ayun, parang, ayun, so yung tanong ko, sabi mo kasi, sir, yung previously na risk treatment plan na ginawa namin, i-migrate lang namin sa new form, hindi po ba? So, ang concern ko is that yung ginawa natin before is parang strategic siya, organizational outcomes, and then the 3 foundational outcomes, if you remember, sir, no? Pero during our mock audit, yung hinahanap ng auditor during that time ay yung risk treatment plan noong concerned SOP. So, yung ginawa natin before is general. Paano yun, sir? Kasi ngayon kami, yung before, last year, nagkaroon na rin ng training ng risk treatment plan using another form, no? So nag-prepare kami per offices, per processes. And then nang dumating tong bagong
Paul,
form,
lapit ka daw ng konti sa mic.
ayan. Ayan, patinig pa. Hello po.
Konting lakas pa, Sir Paul.
Sumisigaw na nga ako, ma'am. Ayan, pero okay na.
Ayan, medyo okay na, sir. Better po.
Ayan, thank you po. So last year, dun sa ating dating consultant, nagkaroon ng training no sa risk assessment and control. So doon pa lang po nag-identify na yung FO namin per process ng mga risk. And then nitong bumaba yung itong form na ito, migrate lang po namin iyon dito. Kaya naman na-comment tayo ng ating auditor, ng ating consultant na mabilis tayo nag-transition at maayos yung pag-identify natin ng risk. Now my question is, Sir Louie, pwede bang yun na lang yung aming i-prepare? I-migrate na lang namin dito sa form, hindi yung previously na ginawa natin way back 2017.
Nakapag-transition kayo na nakagawa kayo for the SOP? Anong na-migrate ninyo?
Bale sir, noong last year nagkaroon ng training yung JBDC. I believe that's the name of the consultant, no. So and then may ang tawag dito, merong form na pinagamit sa amin. Tapos nung bumaba yung sa scrub list na may mga approved SOP, ang FO namin nag-initiate na gumawa ng risk assessment and control using that form na per approved SOP. And then ngayon, nung bumaba yung approved na form na merong approved SOP, migrate lang namin dun sa form ni JBDC na wala naman masyadong pagkakaiba. Siguro tinatanong mo, sir, sino yung gumawa ng form? Baka yung JBDC yun, no? Hindi ko lang alam. So, dinagdagan lang ng risk ROR kasi doon sa previous template wala naman siyang ROR o yung risk and opportunity report. Yun din kasi yung finding ng walkthrough audit na sa isang form pinagsama yung risk opportunities, dapat daw magkahiwalay yun, meron siyang ibang rating and process. So kaya naman nagbaba sila ng bagong form. So my question is, pwede bang yun na lang ginawa namin using the JBDC form, yung i-migrate namin, hindi yung ginawa namin noong 2017 na sinasabi mo, sir, na meron naman kami existing. Kasi during the mock audit, ang hinahanap nila din ay yung operational risk ng mga approved SOP.
Yes.
Okay lang po ba yun, sir?
Congrats, nagawa nyo, di ba?
Opo. Kaya nga po yung comment sa amin ni Ma'am Jamie that time is that ang bilis namin mag-transition. Ang second question ko naman is that, sir, meron po kasi mga bagong SOP na ngayon lang namin siya gagawin sa FO. So, ibig sabihin wala siyang ROR, RTP lang po. Tama?
Kino-conduct nyo yung process na. Ini-implement nyo na. Kung hindi naman risk sa inyong context, hindi nyo siya isasama. Hindi nyo kailangan lahat ay malpalagi sa inyong restatement plan.
Noted, sir. Pero yung po mga, like for example, meron kasi mga approved SOP na binaba ng May, then in-implement na namin. Yun pwede na namin gawan ng risk and opportunity report, sir. No? Kasi
meron na kayong, technically, kung I believe, quarterly ang monitoring nitong ROR kapag operations. Semestral kapag strategic. So, within the quarter, meron kayong actions taken. Pwede nyo i-update na ang ROR.
Ayun, sir, at is clear po. Salamat, sir.
Congrats, FO3.
Dahil din po sa inyo yun, sir. Yung technology na transfer sa amin.
Hindi. Again, wala ako nun. Oo nga, walang picture. Nag-ano ako sa FO3. Nasa na yung documentation natin? RMDC din yun.
outstanding, sir.
Nag-email ako sa iyo, Jeep. Next, may mga tanong pa, Ma'am Donna?
Yung ano sir, yung dito sa ating chat box, wala masyadong tanong pero we have noted yung mga questions kanina during the presentation, sir.
Again, this is already the open forum, so we can now invite Sir Ben Jan. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Sir Ben Jan, please join me. Sir Ben?
Sir, nandito lang ako, sir.
Okay.
Ask ko lang, sir, kung naririnig ako ng clear.
Lapit ka pa ng konti sa mic.
Hello. Good afternoon po.
Or magtanggal ka na lang ng face mask kung mag-isa ka lang dyan. Sige po, may tanong. Si Paul
Sige
Jesse
po,
ulit,
sir.
nakakasa kamay.
Sir Paul, may question ka pa po ba?
Siguro kasi parang hindi nagsasalita yung aking mga kasamahan, no? Doon sa group chat natin na ISO nationwide, meron tanong doon ang sabi, sino po ba yung cluster deputy QM representative ng FO? Kanino kami magsasabit ng SWOT analysis and registry of stakeholders?
Under kayo ng ng OSEC, ang FOs?
So kay OSEP na email kami i-address sir yung
Tama
aming,
ba? Technically, ang
Louis?
regions ay under ng, tatanong natin kay OASA, sa existing structure, ang regions po ba, ang FOs po ba ay under ng OSEC?
Hi Sir Louis, sagutin ko po yung tanong ni Sir Paul, no. Doon po kasi sa atin kasi we constituted our cluster QMTs. So doon sa ating approved na cluster QMT, ang field offices po natin ay under ng Office of the Secretary Group. Ang kanila pong cluster DQMR ay si Yusek Dan. So nitong bago mag management review, so nag-propose po ang OSEC cluster or ang OSEC group na i-amend yung kanilang special order for the cluster QMT. So ito rin po ay sususugan nga. Kaya po kami nag-request na mag-amend yung iba pang clusters kasi nga there are recent movements and changes dun sa ating organizational structure. Pero wala pa po kaming nare-receive na amendment dun sa special order. So as of now, the field offices po will submit dun rin po sa kanilang cluster DQMR which is or who is Yusek Dan po.
Kasi nag-resign na kanina si Yusek Anton. Tapos nakuha na yung position ni Yusek Budmalin. May bago na tayong Yusek from DOJ. Diba bago, napaka ng mga leadership ngayong panahon na ito, no?
Ayun po. Sir Paul, may clarification pa po ba regarding this?
Kami pong tanong. Ano na lang po, in behalf din po ng ating mga ibang kasamahan, ito yung sinasabi ni Sir Louie kanina na nag-disagree ako, na pwede po bang bigyan kami ng ample time kasi ngayon maraming mga nalinawan kami on how to accomplish the registry of stakeholder, though we know na sinasabi ninyo existing na ito sa atin, no? Pero nagtanong ako dito sa aking mga members, sa mga kasamahan ko, wala naman silang in-accomplish. Baka I think ito ay regular ng central office ang meron, no? Meron kami sarili, iba naman yung form na ginagamit namin, no? And the SWOT analysis. So, pwede po ba kaming manghingi ng extension po? Kasi dito po sa region, hindi lang po ISO yung aming focus. Like for example, ako po as secretariat, hawak ko din as a planning officer, additional lang po sa akin yung ISO, additional din sa akin yung PGS focal person. So dito po kulang po kami ng tao na gagawa ng mga documents na ito. So we ask for extension ng submission ng SWOT analysis, registry of stakeholders, as well as yung ating risk treatment plan po. Siguro until Baka naman daw pwedeng ma-move yung SWOT analysis and registry of stakeholders ng October 12, and yung risk treatment plan ng October 15. We want to support our ISO journey, but because of the limited manpower, sana po maintindihan as a prod yung pong aming concern sa field office to give us ample time to do this so that we can provide you an excellent output po. Salamat po.
Again, i-ano ko din na lahat ng regions ay nagko-conduct ng regular IPRU. So yung IPRU natin ay naka-design na SWOT na may PESEL at 7S. So hindi na kayo mag-start from scratch. I-migrate nyo na lang yung mga nakalagay doon sa inyong IPRU. Even your assessment report.
Yes, sir. So, this week ang aming iPro, in-incorporate namin. Diniscuss namin yung mga templates and all. So, pero they still need time to accomplish. They will meet as an office to accomplish those templates po.
Sir Louis, if I may.
Yes po.
This is President Tapa ng Standards Bureau. I think I agree with the earlier statement of our gentleman from Region 3. Kasi nandito naisulat ko sa aking chat box na based on today's input or orientation, I think we should enhance further our operational risk treatment plan, risk opportunity report. So it's not only a migration of data, thus it would affect the timeline for submission, which is October 12. So the recommendation of the gentleman, Sir Louis ano ba yan? Ng Region 3, yung sinasabi niya yung SWOT analysis to be moved on October 12 while the risk management intervention or plan on October 15. I think I would support that. Kasi kailangan kasi natin late kasi itong although ongoing yun, kaya lang syempre may mga OBS that were not really properly guided or oriented. Meron na tayong kaya lang syempre there are confusions as to the columns provided and what should be written in there. Like for example, nakita ko yung column 11 and column 17. I am a bit confused about that kasi ang sinasabi naman dito ay recommended action. Tapos yung column 17, it's communication. So we thought how you will be conveying or communicating your recommended action. Kasi yung nakasulat po kanina, sabi mo nga basically the same. So parang medyo we would like a further explanation on that para naman for further clarification po, sir. Okay,
Yes,
thank you po.
Press, thank you. Sir Ben, column number 17.
Yes, sir.
Dalawa yung ni ma'am yung sa official deadline, submission and deadline, instead of October 8, maging October 12. Then yung sa column 17, ano yung official na dapat ilagay. Logically, kung paano daw, mas ako personally, parang how you will convey nga yun nasa 11.
Yes, sir. Regarding dun sa column number, tama ba, sir? Column number 17? Yes, sir.
11
Loud
and
clear na po ba?
17, the difference, 11 and 17. Kasi kanina nga, ang explanation, sabi nga ni Sir Louis, is more or less what is stated in your column 17. 11, yun pa rin yung 17. So, pero we thought otherwise kasi we thought na kung ano yung intervention or recommendations or treatment that you indicated in column 11, the communication aspect would fall under 17. How you're going to disseminate, relay the recommendations that you have under column 11. Kaya lang kanina kasi medyo ibang pagkaka-site. So, ako personally, I am a little bit confused. Thank you po.
Yes, ma'am. There are chances talaga na yung ating number 11, pwede rin siyang the same yung action dun sa communication. Pero yung ating rationale po is that we need to communicate the recommended action or treatment dun sa mga appropriate na receivers, no? They need to be informed, parang ganon. So ayun po, for example, um, yung sa orientation, di ba? It can be a treatment or action, di ba po? And it can also be a form of communicating yung ating action or treatment or opportunity. Ayun po, basta hold tayo doon sa rationale that the column 11 is the recommended action or treatment for the opportunity. So walang right or wrong, walang list ng tama na this is only the appropriate treatment for this. Kasi the person na pinaka nakakaalam nung best na treatment and action for specific risk, of course, is the process owner. Although unless na lang ano po na sobrang layo naman ng treatment na parang hindi man nadaplisan, parang ganun. But anyway, column 11 addresses yung ating identified risk po, and yung column 17 po, kagaya nga ng sabi ko, it's the communication way kung paano natin i-communicate and kung sino yung mga kailangan makaalam or makareceive ng ating risk treatment plan. Kailangan ma-inform po doon. So,
Can we go back
napaka-generic
po
nung
sir, sandali lang po sir. Okay, tama po yung ano. Kaya lang, para for further clarification, can we go back doon sa sample
Siguro po,
template provided earlier? Kasi may ano doon na it's still an action, parang intervention pa rin yung sa 11, as a 12, as a 17. So,
Nga po, I stand corrected. Makikinig po ako sa decision ng body na yung 17 ay yung how will you convey what you inputted doon sa na-input mo doon sa
11.
column 11. Opo.
okay.
Yun na po yung official natin para may standard tayo.
Okay, kasi po pwedeng you can do it through
Yes.
a memoranda to field officers, advisories, how you you will actualize the recommendations that you have. So yun, kasi medyo na-confuse. So tama yung interpretation namin na how you will convey the communications on the recommendations that you have provided under item 11. Tama po?
Tama po.
Okay.
So, nakita ko na rin yung kay doon sa nakita ko yung sa comment ni Ma'am Becca. So ay okay. So ano ang value added? So again, ang objective natin ay may magkakaiba ang objective ng mga column. So dapat may value added siya. At ang value added niya ay how will you convey column 11. Thank you, Ma'am Becca, expert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you din po.
Thank you, ma'am. Salamat.
Thank you. So with regards to dun sa recommendation namin for the extension, kasi nga yung SWOT analysis and stakeholders, di ba? The deadline is today. So ngayon lang pa itong, although meron naman na, kaya lang I think we have to further revisit it, have a second look, so that it will it will be more suited doon sa discussion, the way the resource persons have provided their respective inputs and insights. Thank you.
Sir Ben?
Hello, ma'am. Yes po. Regarding dun sa concern na extension po ng ating submission, ma'am, I am not the right person to answer, pero i-coordinate po namin asa po para at least ma-inform po namin kayo. No? So siguro while answering other questions muna for the meantime, and then ayun, we'll give you answer later po. Is it okay po, ma'am?
Okay, thank you po, Sir Ben. Salamat.
Kasi kung sinabit yan kahapon, may 4 ang score. Pero kung sasabit ngayon, 3, ganun ba yun? Pero nagre-request ng extension.
Baka maapektuhan yung ating mga IPC, DPC pagka hindi natin na-comply. Kaya officially dapat meron, di ba? Para naman hindi tayo maapektuhan. Salamat.
Sir Paul? 436 tayo sa room. Yung mga maraming tanong sa mga chat group, opportunity to dahil 430 plus ang nakikinig sa mga tanong nyo. So, ibig sabihin, baka yung mga concerns ninyo ay concern din nila. So, again, open forum na po tayo. Game. Paul?
Thank you po.
Yan, Sir
Sir
Lou. Siguro tawag dito. Sa akin lang, no, 5 na yung nag-chat sa akin na sabihin nga dito yung request for extension, no, specifically for the field office. Additional question lang, RDIQA daw po on the FOIQA, Internal Quality Auditor, ay magpe-prepare din ba daw ng RTP?
Sir Ben?
Hello sir, thank you po for the question. It was raised also nung ating mock audit na hinanapan ng risk treatment plan yung ating ODC, and thank you kasi na raise siya ngayon. Alright, so sa ating mga committees, one risk treatment plan per committee po. So for example, sa ating ODC, they will identify overall document control. They will identify all possible risks sa doon sa document control, and then it will be communicated to all document custodians po. Okay, so they will share the same risks. So of course, kailangan din ng collaborative effort po from OCAL, so pwede din po silang mag-coordinate sa kanilang overall coordinator po. The same with IQA, sir, will be having one po na operational risk treatment plan sa doon sa IQA, and then i-communicate po siya sa lahat ng IQAs po. Okay po. Ayan, I think po andito na po kasama natin si Asek Rod, ang ating quality management representative po. Sir?
Yes, thank you very much, Ben and Louis, for lending your expertise on this orientation. So I just would like to respond dun sa ating ginagawa ngayon on the establishment of our SWOT risk registry, as well as the other reports required under the ISO standards. So our first objective is to establish that we have appropriate documentation of this information needed under the ISO. So initially, base nga din sa nasabi nga at na-discuss natin, through the years, we already have this information, but in different forms and template, and even these are included in the different activities. And as reiterated also by Asek Joyce in her opening remarks, that we are, of course, migrating this information so that we can start with a baselining of this information that are properly documented. It may not be as perfect as we would like to hope it should be. And of course, in doing that, sabi nga natin, we are now learning how to properly prepare and document and institutionalize the practice of risk management in the department. And the very purpose of our ISO certification is to start that ball rolling. Sabi nga natin that while we are awaiting for the full functionality of the risk management office, while we are still coming up with the enterprise risk management policies, guidelines, and of course the technical know-how on how to properly manage risks at a more strategic and of course advanced stage in the life of the history of DSWD managing this risk. We are still, of course, learning this technology so that when we are ready, we can now apply and properly document and institutionalize everything. And if you will note on the guidance that we issued on the establishment of this information, binanggit po natin doon that should you have available information that are ready that will, of course, provide this information needed in the different templates or reports that are required under the ISO. Then you may already use that. Will that be as current as it should be? I don't think so, because we also have our different activities. In fact, some are incorporating this requirement in their performance review evaluation workshop. It may also be incorporated in their OPRU, or even at the later stage of our planning for 2022 onwards. And the beauty of the ISO standards is you are able to recognize that there are certain risks that are pervasive and prevailing previously in the previous years and is still present now. We may also be contending with this information in the future, that we are anticipating that in the course of the devolution, there are also other risks that may arise, and in doing so, meron po tayong gagawing pagbabago in terms of our procedures, in terms of the services that we provide. And these are all to be properly documented using our learnings from the ISO. So sa akin, huwag po kayong kabahan. Sabihin nga natin, isang field office, naku, baka hindi ko kumpleto yung mailagay ko. No one, I am not expecting that you will be able to do that, to have a full listing of all risks. But as we consolidate all this information, we will be learning from each other from one field office. One may be focusing on this type of risks. One would be focusing on this stakeholder, because they value that sila yung mas importante for now. Yung iba naman ang focus nila internal. And we combine all this information to make a more comprehensive, harmonized identification of our internal, external stakeholders, their requirements, their expectation from us, and the possible action or strategies to address the vulnerabilities, the risks that we will be exposed. Now, what happens if kulang? Well, nakalagay naman doon, meron naman tayong disclaimer that this will be updated as we are able to conduct the necessary activities, or even as we are confronted with that. Sinong nag-expect that we will have COVID-19 in 2020? Meron ba sa inyo? Who would expect that we will be managing 370 billion pesos last 2020? Sino? Well, we are used only to 160 billion pesos. But were we able to successfully handle that? Sino mag-expect that we have already established our safety and health committees across the department? Wala. Sino magsasabi na dapat merong ganito, dapat ganito? Wala. So, sabi nga natin, we respond to the current situation and future situation while we learn from what we have already experienced. Nung nag-uusap kami nila Ben and then Louis, sabi ko nga din, the DSWD is already 70 years old. Sabi nga kanina, 70 years old na. And if you think we are not doing right, how come that we are one of the best government agency, if not in the Philippines, but even in the city? How come that we are one of the top performing, if not the top performing government agency? How come that we are able to continuously provide the requirements of our stakeholders? There must be something right with what we do. There must be something very good in the very people that manages and serves at the DSWD. What we are now coming up with this ISO is laying down the foundation to institutionalize everything. Sabi nga natin, kahit anong kagalingan, kung yan po ay hindi natin maisasalin sa panibagong lahi, sa salin lahi na sinatawag natin, then that will be lost. I also experienced that when I first joined the department. Dumating po yung Yolanda. And I remember in one of our meetings at the National Resource Operations Center, presided by our former late Secretary DP, tinanong ko, Ma'am, is this the first time we are doing disaster operation? Kasi parang medyo magulo. And then, isa sa naging findings ko doon, ang galing talaga ng DSWD. We can respond to whatever yung challenges that we are facing. But these are not institutionalized. It depends on the people that have the heart, the commitment to serve. Ang galing po natin. Pero pag nawala po yung tao, we lost the technology. We lost the system. Because these are not properly documented. And ISO 9001-2015 would, of course, mitigate that risk, di ba? Using what we are learning. To mitigate the risk that hindi po natin mapagpatuloy yung ginagawa natin ng buong husay. So, in terms of our exercise today, don't be afraid. Fill up the necessary information. And in doing so, sabi nga natin, nakita ko din yung mga chat, paano po bang gagawin pag tinaas po yan sa level? Yes, there will be differences from the different OBS, from the different folks. Now, the cluster, QMT, has the responsibility to consolidate that and see and analyze whether there is commonality or peculiarity of this information so that they can come up with recommendation, establish our documented information on this matter. Okay, on the extension, I would always encourage that we maintain the deadlines and come up with the submission on this required information using your available. Now, if you are saying that we will be conducting another activity, then that will be updated. And even the top management, when we discuss that, then we will again agree and recommend possibly changes or enhancement of what we have already established as documented information. Perhaps there are new developments then, because as of now, we are also undertaking the budget deliberation of the DSWD proposal, where changes may again arise with respect to our plans and strategies for next year. So dynamic po yung situation natin. These are not cast in stone, but what is very important is we begin identifying, we begin on agreeing, understanding na ito po yung mga risk na kinakaharap natin. Ito po ang ating internal stakeholders, external. You may forget some. You may able to include everything. But what is very much important is we know what needs to be done. We know how to move forward to continuously improve how we manage risks, how we establish this information. Because now we know, we have a deeper understanding na kailangan palang ginagawa natin ito. Not only within the DSWD, even within our personal lives. We always face risks. We always take risks. We even learn how to live with the risks that we are facing. Tulad po nung ginagawa natin ngayon. We are now living with the risks of being exposed or having the COVID-19. Sino sa inyo po ang hindi nabubuhay with the risk of COVID infection? Lahat po tayo. We learn how to live and survive. Okay, I hope na mapagtulong-tulungan po natin ito. Ibigay po natin yung ating talino at kagalingan. Marami po tayo nakikita mga sample, and some of these are even common to all of our officers. Doon sa question ng ating performance rating pagdating po sa mga submission, if you will see, says na na-approve yung ating yung bonus clause sa performance indicators. Says?
Hello, sir. Sorry po, ano po ulit yung question?
Yung ating pinakuha na performance indicator for the second semester, pagdating sa mga ratings, yung meron tayong bonus clause for that.
Yes, sir. It was approved by the secretary, sir. And I think it was cascaded na po already.
Okay, so pagdating po sa aking mga ratings, meron po nakalagay doon na bonus clause as approved by the secretary. If we successfully attain department-wide IS certification, then automatically the rating is 5. I hope that answers our clarification on the matter. But if we fail, kasi po hindi po tayo nag-submit ng ating mga documented information on SWOT analysis, ang ating registry of stakeholders, our risk and opportunity report, then may problema po tayo. Okay, sige. So sabi nga natin, isang DSWD ay isang biyahe. So together, we succeed. Together, we get a rating of 5. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you po, Asek Rod, for those clarifications. So I hope naliwanagan po tayo dun sa ating mga hihinging deadlines and other concerns. So if we may know, meron po tayong mga questions kaninang umaga na ni-note po natin from our chat box. So pwede po ba natin itong isa-isahin na Sir Louie and Sir Ben?
Yes po.
Sige po. So, kaninang umaga during the discussion po ni Sir Ben doon sa ating SOP on the risk and opportunity management, may question po si Miss Becca from STB. So, tinatanong po niya kung why OBSUs are asked to submit yung kanilang SWOT and stakeholders registry as this were not mentioned is in the SOP presented daw po by Sir Ben. So, Sir Ben, if you may answer that question.
Sir Ben?
Hello po, naririnig na po ba ako?
Yes.
Okay po. Ito po yung query ni Ma'am Rebecca from SCB.
Yes.
Okay po. Yes, ma'am. Hindi kasama sa SOP ng risk and opportunity yung ating SWOT and registry of stakeholders dahil hindi po talaga siya part, yung dalawang yun, hindi po talaga part ng discussion today originally. Alright. So, idinagdag lang po namin siya. Kaya kanina na-discuss po sa objectives na additional learning objective po siya. Alright. So, additional lang po siya, ma'am, na i-discuss today. Okay po? So, bakit natin kailangang mag-submit? It's because part po siya ng requirement ng ISO 9001:2015. Alright. Under clause 4.1 and 4.2 po. Thank you po.
Thank you po. So, next question, meron tayong mga tanong na relative to the forms presented. So, from Miss Chill Baraka ng AS, I think this is dun sa form po ng RTP. So, ang tanong niyo po, under the person responsible, ang ilalagay daw po ba ay designated position or name or either?
Yes po. Since wala po tayong nilagay na name or position, it can be name or position. So, if ever, for example, pwede natin ilagay process owner. Okay, so pwede rin natin ilagay na isang person talaga. So, pwedeng Benjan Natividad. Okay, so wala naman pong specific na nire-require doon sa column po na yun. Ma'am Chill, so pwedeng position and pwede pong exact name. Pwede rin pong position. Ang kagandahan ng position is kapag sinabi nating HRMD division head. Okay, so anyone na umupo sa posisyon na yun, agad-agad mag-a-assume siya dun sa responsibility doon sa risk na yun. Okay, so pwede ring exact person if you think siya lang makaka-own nung treatment plan po na yun, na siya lang pwedeng may kaya dun, na mag-carry ng responsibility po na yun. Yun po. Thank you, Ma'am Chill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Ben. Technical support. Can we present po yung part ng forms na pinresent ni Sir Ben kanina, no? Kasi we have other questions pa po regarding this. So para lang baka hindi ma-picture out ng ating participants kung ano yung forms or columns na tinutukoy natin. Request lang po ako sa ating tech support to present yung slide number 35.
Kasi ang objective ay kaninong ITC lalabas yon. So, kaninong ITC or DTC. Kung yung sa level ng accountability, kung name ba o position, ang may mga consultant na ang ina-advise ay name, pero ang risk naman nun kapag nagkaroon ng movement or na-promote, wala na siyang control or influence doon sa mga treatment, magbabago kayo. May mga ganong struggle na possible na ma-experience kapag specific na yung mga ilalagay. Pero safe kapag yung position. Parang may mga ganon na rin tanong before eh.
Ayan. Thank you po. So, I think ito po yung mga tinutukoy ng questions, no? Kasi meron pa pong question dito si Miss Becca. So, ang sabi niya po, for the column 10, ano daw po ba ang ilalagay? Yes or no lang or pati yung A, B, C? Sir Ben, baka nasagot mo po.
Miss Ona, sorry, medyo na-confuse ako dun sa naka-present. Anong column ulit po? For a while lang. I-check ko lang, i-present natin yung form na lang.
Column 10. Ito po. Ang tanong po is, ang ilalagay lang daw po ba nila yes or no or lalagyan pa ng A, B, or C yung kanilang appendix?
Okay, nakita ko na po yung column. Ma'am Donna, i-clarify muna natin kasi baka mag-create ng further confusion. Ano po yung A, B, C na tinutukoy po ni Ma'am para mas specific natin?
Siguro po let's ask Ma'am Becca kung na-note niya yung kaniyang question kasi this is ito po yung nakalagay sa kaniyang chat kaninang umaga.
The grade.
Mukhang ano po na wala saglit si Sir Ben. Ito na ata siya. Sir Ben, naka-mute ka po.
Hello, Donna. Yan, okay na po. Yes po. Dito sa column 10, nakita ko na rin yung ABC na tinutukoy. Yes or no lang po yung yung ilalagay natin.
Thank you po. Another question on column 17 from Miss Becca din po. So hindi daw po kaya kung paano kung paano i-communicate yung plan. For example, to communicate to concerned offices and personnel via email, memorandum, meeting, or learning and development interventions. Mukhang ano po ito dun sa column 17 on communication.
Yes po. I think it was answered na rin po kanina sa clarification din po sa communication po.
Thank you po. So the rest of the questions from FO9, Sir or Miss Alnafe Tiblani, from Sir Clarito Logroño of FO8, and Miss Maria Teresa Carbo of Kalahi Seeds. Sila po ay pare-pareho na mukhang nasagot na to kanina. They are asking for extension, particularly doon sa October 12 na deadline. So I believe this is already explained po by Asekrod din tungkol doon sa extension. Sa Zoom naman po, question din po ito from Miss Cheryl Mainar ng PMB. Sabi niya, doon po ba sa integrity management plan, there is also a portion where we are also required to identify risks. So is it safe po ba to just link it to the risk register?
Yes. Yun naman ang original intention before pa, 3-4 years ago na i-harmonize ang form ng IMP at RTP. Kasi enterprise risk management talaga. So, and again, tayo ang isa sa agency na nag-contribute sa design ng IMP, which was approved by the Office of the President, Office of the Ombudsman. At ito ay nag-reference lang sa initial na na-develop for the DSWD risk treatment plan na FIMEA yung design.
Thank you po. So, I think yun na po muna for the questions kaninang umaga. The rest po na note namin ay nasagot naman nila Sir Louie, nila Asekrod, and nila Sir Ben. So, kung meron pa pong questions regarding on how to fill out the forms on the topics discussed po, you may put your questions or type your questions in the chat box po so that we can recognize your clarifications po. Or pwede rin po mag-unmute na lang po kayo ng inyong microphones. Thank you po, Sir Louie and Sir Ben.
Thank you, Donna. Nagbabasa ako na nasa chat ko. Ma'am Eva, may tanong po? May tanong po, Ma'am Eva?
Ma'am Eva, may question po ba?
Mapuputol po kayo, Ma'am Eva.
Sana kaya lang Sige, question ko lang.
Ma'am
Ang
Eva?
bali yung, di ba
Ma'am?
connected siya sa SOP sinubmit po namin? Tama po. Ay, hindi ako naririnig. Hindi ako naririnig.
Ma'am, naririnig po namin kayo pero napuputol po. So, hindi po masyadong clear. If medyo may problem po sa internet connection, pwede nyo po ma'am na i-chat sa ating chat box yung inyong question po.
While waiting, no, nagbabasa ako dito sa mga chat. Nakita ko yung sagot ni Ma'am LV. For organizations, better decision making. So let's qualify ano ibig sabihin ng better decision making. Kasi makikita ninyo, we are required to come up with the inventory of existing mitigating control, then may computation. Kasi nga, may logic ang sequence ng mga columns. So, naalala ninyo na kasi hindi lahat ng decision making ay better at may quality. Example, nagkaroon ng martilyo gang sa SM North. Ano ang solution? Ipagbawal ang pagtitinda ng martilyo sa mall. So that's the decision making. Ang solution, ang treatment measure nila, nagkaroon ng nag-crash ang bus field trip sa Antipolo. So ang naging solution ay ipagbawal ang field trip. So may mga better solutions like may COVID, kumakalat ang COVID sa Cebu, sasakay ka ba ng helicopter to check? So may mga ganong ang maganda sa risk treatment ay may somewhat scientific process na sinusunod. So hindi lang decision making ang ibibigay sa iyo, better at quality decision making.
Thank you po, Sir Louie. May questions pa po ba? Ma'am Eva, pwede nyo pong i-chat po dito sa ating chat box yung inyong tanong if meron pa pong interruptions dun sa ating internet connection. Sige po. So while waiting, baka meron pa pong tanong yung iba. You can unmute your microphones po. Sir Louie, may tanong from SMS po, si Sir Odelon. So is it safe to say po ba na kung less than A po ang score dun sa column 9 ay NA na sa columns 11 and 12? Naka-mute po kayo, Sir Louie.
Balikan ko yung yung table. Nasa chat naman po yung PowerPoint, no? Yung baka gusto niyo po ng kopya ng presentation. Ang nakalagay naman sa atin ay basta 1 to 6 ay not significant. Basta 1 to 6 ay not significant. Yun ba yung tanong? So yun, yung nakalagay sa ating heat map. Yung sa action on risk, 1 to 6, not significant. 8 to 25, significant. Tinatanong nila dito yung bukod sa yes or no, i-indicate ba yung grade? So may difference si A, B at C, may difference si D at E. Sir Ben?
Hello, Sir Louis. Sorry, sumasagot din ako ng mga tanong sa ano po, Hangouts. Sorry, sorry. Ano po ulit yun, sir?
Yung sa significant, yes or no lang ba, or may significant A, significant B, significant C? Technically, parang gano'n naman siya, di ba? Though meron nakalagay doon na uh, actionan pa rin. Parang tinan nyo, nakalagay doon sa no action needed, 1 to 3. Pero doon sa 46, parang ano siya na sinasabi na unless escalation of risk is possible. Pero technically, I believe not significant, so no actions needed kapag 1 to 6 ang lumabas na score.
Thank you po, Sir Louis. I hope that clarifies yung tanong po dun sa form, no? So, ito na po yung tanong ni Miss Eva. Sabi niya, okay lang po ba kung ang SWOT analysis report, risk management plan na gagawin ay sa unit lang, kung saan yun din ang meron kaming submitted na SOP? Dahil gagawin pa daw po yan from the start and wala po silang mock audit. Wala po sila during the mock audit. So wala pa po daw silang naggawa so far. So specific unit lang daw po ang magagawan nila ng kanilang risk management plan and SWOT analysis report.
Ano ba po sa Secretariat, ano ang tagging ng mga complete na submitted reports per OBS? So ito ay, well, hindi naman ni-require na umattend lahat sa mock audit. Baka kaya niyong masagot to, Secretariat?
Sir Ben? Ayan.
Yes po. Regarding po sa incomplete naman, sir, no, na risk treatment plan, will coordinate din po kung ano po yung magiging action po dito. Kasi of course, ang nakalagay sa ating memorandum na bumaba po, ayan po, ASECROD is raising po his hand. ASECROD.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben and Louis. Supposedly, sa level po ng OBS sa FO ay office level po yung ating gagawin na submission. And gaya po ng ipinakita kanina, may mga sample na po tayo dyan, and these are all, some of these are common risks and information to most of the offices of the department. And of course, meron din naman pong particular sa ibang offices. So I think with the examples given, initially you can come up with an office-wide submission pertaining to this. Kasi unang-una, sabi nga natin, yung mga in-identify kanina ay common po sa majority of our offices. And there are also peculiarities yung ating mga respective offices. Now, ang tanong po natin ay kumpleto ba ang maisasubmit ninyo? Yan ba ay meron kayong exhaustive listing? We do not expect that you can do that. But you can always provide an information that you will be conducting activities that will of course tackle all these things. Kung meron po kayong naka-schedule na activities na sabihin natin yung ating performance review and evaluation or planning activities, then that will be an activity that may of course generate a more comprehensive identification of this information, and that can be used as a basis to further update what you have already submitted. I hope na clarify ko po. Office level po yan. FO at saka OBSO level po yung submission natin. hindi po by section. And as these are submitted to the different clusters, ay i-consolidate naman po natin niya as cluster. And then pag-uusapan din po namin yan naman sa top management when the different clusters report that, and we agree on the final listing based on the strategic and operational risks, as well as the the registry of our stakeholders, and of course yung ating pong mga SWOT analysis documented information. So meron pa po tayong prosesong gagawin. Hindi pa po ito nagtatapos pagdating po sa submission ng ating mga FOs at saka ng mga OBSUs in the central office. Yes, anytime you can always update that. Sasabi nga natin, for example, ay bigla po kayo nagkaroon ng isang major event sa inyong opisina that would generate unupdated information, then you can make that as your reference material or even a means of verification. Pagdating po ng actual conduct ng audit, at tatanungin po kayo na at pinakita niyo yung documented information ninyo, then you can refer always to all these related activities as well as documentation, whether minutes of meeting, official report, that contains such information as means of your verification to support that indeed you are proactively managing the risks and establishing all this identified information required. So hindi po tayo limited at one time, big time na kumpleto po yung ginawa natin. Parang katulad po, example lang po, in the conduct of one of the mandatory activities, the management review. Sa top level, we were not able to complete the top level management review in one sitting. So we had part 2. So similarly, in the conduct of your different activities, hindi naman po sinasabi na matatapos mo lahat yan. And then kahit matapos mo yan, there will always be an opportunity to update based on the prevailing situation. Because we react. Parang katulad po nung bigla nagka-COVID-19, tayo nung full-blown na po yan starting ng March 2020. Wala po lahat yan sa ating mga operational plan. Wala po yan sa ating mga strategic. So nagkaroon po tayo ng sulong recovery bigla. At in-establish po natin yung ating mga priorities in terms of capacitation of our personnel on safety and health protocols, in terms of provision of important support services to our employees. And as well as the our transition to digitization of our payouts or provision of the services. So sabi nga natin, you practice the management principle of course, considering this the stakeholders' requirements by analyzing what you have, your strength, weaknesses, the opportunities, interests being posed, and in doing so, you of course incorporate the risk management principles that you have learned here: how to mitigate, how to prevent, how to act, and of course correct whatever is needed to ensure that you are able to continue to deliver the services, while of course contending with various issues and concerns and limitations that we may have, and even of course implement AWA, etc. as much as we would like na full force po tayo, hindi natin, because we also have to contend with regulatory compliances natin na we do not want to violate. So kahit na gusto po natin bigla, ibigay mo na lang na ibigay kasi kailangan emergency. No, we still have to comply with core rules and regulations on the liquidation. So marami po tayong magagawa. So sa akin, you can always update, you can always conduct different activities, but of course, nasa sa inyo po yan, whether you are doing it efficiently or baka naman meron kayong ibang gagawin, you can harmonize and synchronize your activities as well. And in fact, yan po yung ating direction by 2022, and even sinusuportahan po yan ng ating Committee on Anti-Red Tape in our compliance with the Ease of Doing Business Law. So we will start the harmonization, synchronization of the reports. Parang sabi nga po kanina ni Louie, yung RMO will now be the process owner for risk management department by of course consolidating, improving our policies, mechanisms, and reportorial requirements. And if in the future, by 2022, na-establish po nating policy niyan, na isa lang po yung ating report, then yun po i-adapt natin in the entire department, and of course, will be standardized under the ISO 9001:2015 standards.
Thank you po, Asek Rod, for those clarifications. Meron pa po ba tayong questions? Pwede niyo pong i-chat sa ating chat box ang inyong mga tanong, or you can unmute yourself po. Mukhang wala na akong nakikitang tanong. So wala na po ba? Sure na po ba tayo? Kaya na nating sagutan yung ating mga forms. So habang nandito po yung ating mga resource persons, no, itanong na natin lahat ng gusto nating tanungin para hindi po tayo nako-confuse kapag nag-fill up na po tayo ng form, or para well-guided po tayo dun sa ating gagawin. Wala na po? Sure po ba? Wala na tayong questions? Okay po. If wala nang questions, Sir Louis, Sir Ben, meron pa po ba tayong mga gustong i-clarify, or last few words po para sa ating mga participants? May question po from FO6, Ms. Delia Bagolcol. Pwede daw po bang mabigyan agad ng presentations ng ating RPs? Ma'am, yes po, we will provide yung presentation po ng ating RPs after this activity, and then while we sort out yung mga certificates po ninyo, certificate of participation po ninyo, i-email din po namin kung saan nyo to pwedeng i-download po. So, ayan, sige. Thank you po, ma'am. So, if no more questions, bago po tayo matapos dito sa ating activity, may mga nag-chat. Ayan, sige po. Yes po, today po ang due ng SWOT analysis and registry of stakeholders. Thank you po, Sir Michael, for that reminder sa ating mga kasamahan. So, sige po. If wala na pong questions, may we request po our Assistant Secretary, Asek Rod Santos, for closing remarks, quick closing remarks po for this activity. And then after this po, i-award natin ang ating e-certificates kay Sir Louis and Sir Ben as our resource persons. Asek Rod.
Thank you very much, Donna. And of course, muli ay magandang araw po sa ating lahat, sa ating pong mga kasamahan sa DSWD, ang ating pong mga TSC members, QNP-PNP members, our regional directors, assistant regional directors, QNP representatives from various level, whether cluster, OBS, or FO levels, and other key players of this department-wide ISO certification project. Ako ay nagpapasalamat for your continued support and commitment to further improve and strengthen the way we do things at the department through the standardization of our procedures, as well as, of course, documentation of what we are doing in the department. With the department-wide ISO certification project, we are now embarking on a journey to continue and strengthen the very foundation where the DSWD is built upon, the strength of its people, its practices in the delivery of services to the people. So through the ISO certification project, we are learning the technology, the competencies to properly document, streamline, and re-engineer our processes and make this a permanent record of the department. Through this certification project also, we are learning from each other on how we do things in our respective offices, as well as how we can further improve the way we manage our services through the example of others, through the standardizations that we are doing. Yes, there will be a lot of technical terms under the ISO 9001:2015 certification project. But may I remind each and everyone that we are at the DSWD already practicing such standards in the department for so long. At sabi nga ni Louie kanina, it is around 70 years that DSWD has proven to the Filipino people that the DSWD as an institution is a force to be reckoned with in the efficient and responsive delivery of our services. Hindi po tayo naging ganito kahusay sa pagbibigay ng serbisyo kung wala po tayong natutunan sa isa't isa at patuloy po na sinusugan ang mga best practices na ginawa na natin at natutunan sa mga nagdaang panahon. Ano man ang hamon sa atin ng panahon, magkaroon pa man po ng pagpapalit ng administrasyon, magkaroon po ng sakuna, trahedya, at maging sa pagdating ng pandemya ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa, ang DSWD ay patuloy na tumutugon sa lahat ng hamon na ating hinaharap. Buong giting at buong husay po nating na ibibigay ang pangangailangan ng taong bayan. At yan po ay sa kadahilanan ng DSWD ay isang institusyon na binubuo ng mga tao na may puso, may kalinga, at tapat na paglilingkod sa ating sinumpaang katungkulan sa taong bayan na ating pinagsisilbihan. Muli, ako'y nagpapasalamat on behalf of our Secretary for your commitment, for your passion, for your heart, for always becoming the symbol of hope, the angels in red vests, that shows to the entire nation our continuing commitment to serve them to the best of our abilities, despite all the challenges that we are facing, despite that we ourselves are also affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. Hindi po tayo pinanghinaan ng loob, hindi po tayo sumuko, but bagkus lalo pa nating pinaghuhusay ang ating pagsisilbi sa taong bayan at lalo pa nating paghuhusayan na ngayon ay tayo ay natuto na sa pamamagitan ng ating department-wide ISO certification project na magsisiguro na anuman ang ating naranasan, anuman ang ating itinatag na magandang simulain na pagsisilbi ng maayos at maganda sa taong bayan ay mapapanatili po natin na patuloy na magbibigay ng maayos na serbisyo sa taong bayan at hindi na po ito mawawala sa DSWD at ipagpapatuloy ng kung sino man ang darating sa DSWD long na tayo po ay wala na dito sa ating ahensya. At tayo po ay magkakasama sa isang historical na journey ng DSWD. We are the beginning of a major historical milestone in the DSWD. This is the first attempt of the DSWD to secure a department-wide ISO certification that would start the revolution, the innovation, the standardization of everything that we do that will continuously improve the delivery of services of the department. At yan po ay mangyayari lamang kung patuloy po natin ibibigay ang ating puso at pagsisilbi sa taong bayan. So muli, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at ipagpatuloy po natin ang ating isang DSWD ISOng biyahe sa pagbibigay ng matapat, maagap, mahusay na pagsisilbi sa taong bayan. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Keep safe always. Manatili po tayong nagsisilbi ng buong tapat sa taong bayan. Maraming salamat po at magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Ayan. Thank you po, Asek Rod, for that closing remarks, sir. So let's
Salamat
give
po,
a round
Asek
of
Rod.
applause. Salamat po. So in this regard po, we would like to thank our resource persons for their sharing ng kanilang knowledge po dito sa ating activity, no. Tech support, please can we present our certificate of appreciation para sa ating mga resource persons. Ayan. So first, we would like to present this e-certificate to Mr. Louis M. Destacamento for sharing his time and expertise as resource person in the conduct of the orientation on the risk and opportunity management procedure on October 8, 2021 via Zoom platform. Given this 8th day of October 2021 at the DSWD Central Office, Batasan Pambansa Complex, Constitution Hills, Quezon City. So, sir, ihahabol namin ang signed copy ng iyong certificate. So, thank you, Sir Louis. Let's give a round of applause naman po sa ating resource person. Magbubukas po ako ng camera ko para nakikita niyo ako. Ayan. Thank you,
Salamat
Sir
po
Louis.
sa tiwala. Thank you po, thank you. Salamat at sasamahan niyo ako sa day 1 ko. Nagsimula na sa RMO. Samahan niyo po ako sa mga susunod pang steps para ma-institutionalize ang ating bagong office.
Yay, thank you and congratulations, Sir Louis. Malaking challenge po ang iyong kaharapin, but we will be supporting you in this endeavor as much as you support us naman po dito sa ating ISOng biyahe, no? So next po, we are presenting the certificate of appreciation also to Mr. Benzon Rasbi Natividad for his time and expertise as resource person dito po sa conduct ng ating orientation on the risk and opportunity management procedure. So given this 8th day of October 2021 at the DSWD Central Office, Batasang Pambansa Complex, Constitution Hills, Quezon City. Thank you then, Sir Ben. Let's give a round of applause sa ating other resource person. So,
Thank you,
pang
Dons.
magiging
Maraming salamat din po,
questions.
Asek Rod. Thank you very much po.
Yan. Thank you po sa ating lahat. And also, of course, we would like to appreciate yung tulong po ng ating training team, no, from our tech support, our budget officers, sa QMP Secretariat, sa ISO Knowledge Management Committee, sa ating pong documenters and chat administrators. Thank you so much po. We appreciate your help, the assistance that you provided po sa successful conduct nitong ating activity today. So, for everyone po, please make sure that you have signed the attendance sheet para po sa inyong certificate. And we will be providing po yung copy of the presentations and certificates after the activity. So, yun lamang po. And pwede po ba tayong mag-open ng mic for our photo documentation because ng camera po pala, sorry. Para sa ating photo documentation because this is yet another milestone sa ating DSWD ISO journey. Ayan. Yung mga hindi pa po nakapag-download ng ating Zoom background, nasa chat box po yung ating image or yung ating file. So our chat support po will send another copy. Ayan po. Ayan. Sige po, while waiting. Also, ito pong ating activity ay nakastream via YouTube. So sa mga nasa YouTube, shout out po. Maraming salamat po sa pagsubaybay, no, for staying kahit na hindi po kayo nakapasok dito sa ating Zoom link. So you will also receive your certificates po kung kayo po ay nakapag-sign sa ating attendance or evaluation forms. Also, ano po, i-follow na po natin yung ating YouTube channel, no, para dumami po yung ating followers. And dito nyo po makikita yung ating mga other activities and trainings po, no, para nababalikan po natin. Also, it will also be uploaded sa ating ISO resource site. So visit lang po kayo sa ating YouTube channel and ISO resource site para nababalikan po natin yung ating mga previous activities. Sige po, ayan, marami na akong nakikitang naka-open ng camera. So let's proceed with our photo documentation. Ulit po, yung ating symbol, no, yung ating hand symbol. So isang DSWD, isang biyahe, and also 2 thumbs up sa ating mga participants, sa ating resource person for sharing their expertise sa ating activity today. So, sige po, pasensya na hindi ako makapag 2 thumbs up kasi mag-print screen ako, pero I will be with you. Ayan, sige po. Okay? Kahit naka-mask, 1, 2, 3, smile pa din po tayo, okay? 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Ayan, nakikita ka naka-smile kahit naka-mask. Ayan. So, nakikita namin ang masaya ninyong mga mata. So, sige po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Marami-raming slides po ito. So, sige. Please lang yung smile. Tapos makakahinga na tayo mamaya-maya. Sige po. 1, 2, 3, smile. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile po. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Sige. Kung nangangalay, babang konti, baba saglit ng mga kamay. Kasi hindi po namin nakikita kung nasaan po kayo sa mga slides na ito. Ayan. So, sige. Okay, ready na tayo ulit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last 3. 1, 2, 3, smile po. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile. And last. 1, 2, 3, smile po. Ayan. Maraming salamat po ulit for actively participating in this activity. And we hope na kayo po ay maraming natutunan and that you are properly guided sa pag-accomplish ng ating mga forms, no? So, happy Friday po sa ating lahat and happy weekend. Thank you po. Sir Michael, yung mga nasa YouTube, basta nakapag-attendance po tayo. So, pinost po namin sa YouTube yung ating attendance form, no? So, just make sure that you have signed or filled out the attendance form or the evaluation form po para sa ating e-certificate. So, thank you po sa ating lahat and happy Friday po.
Pwede rin mag-screenshot, baka hindi nila na-fill up para proof of attendance. Maraming salamat to everyone. Louie, maraming salamat. Our RP expert, subject matter expert. Professor Ben, Professor Louie, maraming salamat. To the Secretariat, thank you very much for facilitating this orientation. Thank you.
Nandito pa po ata si RD June. Hello, RD
Ay,
June. Thank you for
RD June,
staying.
maraming salamat. Ayun.
Thank you, Asakon.
Kasi ang hirap tingnan, ano?
Ang dami
400,
eh. Sobrang
almost
dami.
700, 600 tayo kanina eh. Pati sa YouTube, tinignan ko din. Ang dami. Very good.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, RD June, for your active support. Tapos na kayo kay Senator Amy.
Sila lang, nagkuhan na kami naka-standby. Kaya nahahati nga eh. Pero ito isang activity, sabay-sabay ito. Pero anyway, maganda makinig uli para na-refresh ba. Lalo na kay Louie. Louie, ang ating Region 1 member.
Siyempre, talagang legacy natin yun, sir. Our 42 maps ang nagawa namin ni RD that time. Yun ang dinistribute namin sa iba pang region. So, sobrang laking tulong nung start na initiative ni RD June.
Yeah, nakita ko kanina sa presentation ni Louie, Director June, yung ginawa ninyo sa region pertaining dun sa inyong ISO and then yung sa training nila. So, very good. So,
Ang hinahanap sir ni Louie yung elephant. Sabi ko, hindi elephant. Zoo yung nasa loob ng pinto. Yung marami kami nakita. Diba?
Very memorable na speech. Idol.
Welcome back. Nakabalik ulit pala dyan. Thank you.
malapit.
Thank you po.
Sige po, Director June, thank you very much. And keep safe always. Yes, Nati. Musta?